Dr. Victor Gao, Madam Roxolana Zigon, Madam Laurie Watkins, and of course today's host, Madam Tania Francis, Honorable Ambassadors, Your Excellencies, celebrities from all across Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to address this seminar today on the theme of Indus Water Treaty, an instrument of peace and regional stability. Today, we are not merely discussing a treaty. We are discussing the lifeline of more than 240 million people of Pakistan. When we identify ourselves as Pakistanis, we ask a question as to who we are. And if you go back into history, the Indus water civilization defines us as a people. Whenever I go abroad, I often tell my counterparts that we are the people of the Indus Valley civilization. Our identification is that we are people based on the banks and tributaries of the mighty river Indus. And as they say, water is life. And Indus has given life to Pakistan. So when we say that Indus is our lifeline and our people, the 240 million people of Pakistan, have an inalienable right to the water of Indus, we mean it from the core of our heart. For Pakistan, as I said, water is not simply a resource. It is a matter of life itself. The Indus River system, for thousands of years, nurtured one of the world's oldest civilizations. From the towering peaks of Gilgit-Baltistan to the fertile plains of Punjab and Sindh, these waters have connected our people across geography and history. The story of Pakistan is in many ways the story of the Indus. It is for this reason that the Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 occupies such a unique place in international relations. Signed under the auspices of the World Bank, the treaty has endured wars, political upheavals, prolonged periods of tensions. Its resilience for more than over 6 decades demonstrates an enduring truth that cooperation, dialogue, and adherence to international commitments remains the only sustainable path to peace. The treaty stands as a remarkable example of rule-based international order. It embodies the principle of good faith, pacta sunt servanda, the sanctity of agreements and peaceful dispute resolution. These are not merely legal concepts. They are foundations upon which trust is built. But ladies and gentlemen, as our national leadership has made it very clear, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir, the Honorable Minister for Defence on various occasions has made it clear that the people of Pakistan have a right to the water of the Indus, and the Indus Water Treaty cannot be amended, revoked, suspended, or held in abeyance because it cannot be done unilaterally. This pact came into being after mutual consensus, and only mutual consensus can lead to any amendment or revision. India's failed attempt at unilaterally holding in abeyance this treaty has led to international embarrassment for India at various forums, including legal forums. The moral, social, legal foundations of that attempt are extremely weak. And any structure which has weak foundations will fall flat on its face. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when climate change is accelerating, glaciers are melting at unprecedented rates, and water scarcity, the moral, social, legal foundations of that attempt are extremely weak. And any structure which has weak foundations will fall flat on its face. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when climate change is accelerating, glaciers are melting at unprecedented rates, and water scarcity is becoming one of the defining challenges of our era. Hence, the need to protect this treaty is of the essence, and the need is becoming one of the defining challenges of our era. Hence, the need to protect this treaty is of the essence, and a need was felt to bring international experts together on this forum today to speak about the sanctity of water, of climate change, of water scarcity, and most important of all, the sanctity of the agreement which is called the Indus Water Treaty. South Asia is home to nearly a quarter of humanity. Our collective future depends upon transforming water from a source of contention into a catalyst for cooperation. History teaches us that rivers do not divide civilization, they connect them. Rivers transcend borders, politics, and generations. They remind us that nature recognizes no boundaries and that humanity's shared challenges demand shared solutions. Any attempt to block or stop water will always fail because water will always find a way. The weaponization of water or attempts to unilaterally alter established arrangements undermine not only regional peace and stability, but also the broader framework of international law. International agreements, as I said, cannot be suspended or disregarded at convenience. Respect for treaties is indispensable for maintaining confidence among nations and preserving global order. Pakistan has consistently demonstrated its commitment to peaceful engagement and constructive dialogue and the faithful implementation of the treaty. But if an attempt is made to stop the water of Pakistan, our national leadership stands resolved to respond effectively to restore the water for the people of Pakistan. As the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, we also recognize the critical role of media and strategic communication in this context. In an age marked by misinformation and disinformation, it is imperative that the facts prevail over false narratives and truth triumphs over propaganda. Responsible media discourse can contribute significantly to fostering understanding, promoting peace, and reinforcing confidence-building measures. Distinguished participants, this seminar brings together eminent policymakers, legal experts, academics, and practitioners from across the world. Your collective wisdom and your thoughts will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and generate valuable recommendations for preserving and strengthening this vital international instrument. Let us reaffirm today that we will, by all means, not only protect the sanctity of this treaty, but we will do all that we can to protect the inalienable right of the 240 million of people of Pakistan to the water of the Indus River. The waters of the Indus have flowed for millennia. They have witnessed transformations, yet they continue to sustain life with unwavering generosity. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that these waters remain a symbol of peace and shared prosperity for generations to come. I would also like to commend the Institute of Regional Studies and all partner institutions who have made this event possible today. And we collectively resolve today that we will do all that we can at all international forums, legally and otherwise, to ensure that the right to water of the Pakistani people is not only protected, but the world gets to see the attempts being made, the illegal attempts being made by India to alter or change this treaty, which it cannot do. And the right to water shall always remain very sacred. And the people of Pakistan, most of them who rely on agriculture for their livelihood and across Pakistan. So I think agriculture is the backbone of our country. And we are faced with challenges like climate change, but we must resolve today that this treaty shall prevail, and Pakistan stands firm in its determination to protect the livelihoods and the lives of the people of Pakistan, which are linked to the Indus River. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your thoughtful inaugural remarks and for setting the stage for today's deliberations.
इंतास मुआहदे से मुतालिक बैनुल-अक़वामी सेमिनार इस्लामाबाद में हो रहा है, जिसमें आबी उमूर और आलमी क़वानीन से मुतालिक माहिरीन सफारतकार भी शरीक हैं। सिंतास मुआहदा अमन और इलाक़ाई इस्तेहकाम का अहम ज़रिया है। वफ़ाक़ी वज़ीर इत्तलात अता तारर ने अपने खिताब में कहा कि पाकिस्तान के 24 करोड़ आवाम के लिए पानी ज़िंदगी का बुनियादी मसला है। वादी सिंध की अजीम तहज़ीब हमारी शनाख्त और मुश्तरका तारीख़ी विरासत है। पाकिस्तान के लिए पानी सिर्फ कुदरती वसीला नहीं बल्कि ज़िंदगी का सवाल है। अता तारर ने अपने खिताब में कहा कि दरियाए सिंध हजारों बरस से अजीम तहजीबों की आबियारी करता आया है। पाकिस्तान की तारीख दरिया सिंध की तारीख से गहरी वाबस्तगी रखती है।
Legal foundations, institutional architectures and diplomatic significance of the treaty, while exploring why renewed implementation remains vital for regional peace and stability. To chair this session, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Khurram Dastagir Khan, former Federal Minister for Defence, Energy, Commerce and Foreign Affairs, whose distinguished public service and extensive experience in governance makes him exceptionally well placed to lead today's discussion. Mr. Dastagir, may I invite you to kindly assume the chair? I would also like to invite distinguished panellists of Session 1 to please come to the stage. Mr. Syed Mehar Ali Shah, Pakistan's Commissioner for Indus Waters. Mr. Shah oversees technical consultations, inspections, hydrological coordination and treaty implementation under one of the world's most significant transboundary water agreements. Our next distinguished speaker for this session will be Mr. Emma Bilal Sufi, former Federal Law Minister and one of Pakistan's foremost authorities on international law. As an internationally respected jurist and legal scholar, he has advised governments and international organisations on treaty law, state responsibility, constitutional affairs, and the peaceful settlement of international disputes. And our final speaker in this session is Dr. Roxolana Zigon, an eminent scholar who is head of the Scientific Centre of International and Strategic Studies at the University of World Civilizations in Moscow. Her research examines international security, geopolitical developments, humanitarian issues, and global governance, bringing a valuable comparative and international perspective to questions of regional peace and transboundary cooperation. Thank you for joining us. I now request the session chair to please commence the proceedings. Mr. Khurram Dastagir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much to Institute of Regional Studies, my dear friend Ambassador Johar Salim, for this very kind invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we could not ask for a more relevant panel that Institute of Regional Studies has assembled for us this morning. Three very distinguished experts are here to enlighten us and to take this discussion further, which of course is highly legal and technical, but has other aspects that our eminent panelists will bring to the fore. So I'm delighted to invite to begin the proceedings the Indus Waters Commissioner of Pakistan, Mr. Mehar Ali Shah, to come and give his remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Federal Minister for Defense, Honorable Federal Minister for Climate Change, Honorable Federal Minister for the Information and the Broadcasting, distinguished defense leadership, respected chair, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, may I request to please display the presentation which I shared with the organizers? Yeah. So let me be clear. This is not going to be an engineering briefing alone. It is the first institutional statement after the inaugural and the keynote address. My purpose is to place the treaty's operating record before this forum. The Indus Waters Treaty is a conflict prevention system, whereas the Permanent Indus Commission is the mechanism that keeps that system alive. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not duplicate the political keynote, the legal analysis, the humanitarian assessment, or the security discussion for that matter that will follow. My role is narrower, but essential. I'll place before this forum the operating record of the treaty, what the treaty requires, what Pakistan has done, and what happens when the routine channels are blocked. This is where the principle meets the practice. Next, please. For Pakistan, this is national security, not merely the hydrology. Flow predictability is not, ladies and gentlemen, a luxury of planning. It is part of the survival architecture of the state. When the lives and livelihoods of 240 million people are tied to the Indus Basin, when more than 80% of the arable land depends on these waters, which constitutes around 45 million acres of land, which is being irrigated by the canal waters, and that is a promise the state makes with the farmers. When agriculture contributes almost a quarter of GDP and 1/3 of the employment, water uncertainty becomes the national uncertainty. Pakistan's restraint has been deliberate, but water, food, livelihood, and social stability are not negotiable abstractions. That is why Pakistan has publicly defined the strategic threshold for any attempt to stop or divert the treaty waters belonging to Pakistan. Next, please. The treaty converted a territorial river system into a legal architecture by way of limiting, fixing and delimiting the rights and obligations of the parties owed to each other. The eastern rivers were, so we all know, allocated to India, whereas the western rivers, the Indus, the Jhelum, and the Chenab, were placed under the general rule of Pakistan's unrestricted use, with India's uses confined to carefully defined exceptions. Pakistan accepted that bargain, rebuilt its irrigation life around that bargain. That is very important. And planned its national water economy on the assurance that the western rivers would be let flow. The bargain remains the bargain. It was not a favor, it was a binding settlement, binding on both the parties. Next, please. You can see on the screen that how this treaty serves as a conflict prevention design. Ladies and gentlemen, the treaty is basically engineering for peace, which works because the four elements operate together: the allocation, the cooperation, the institution, and the dispute control. Allocation tells each side that what it may use and what it may not use. Cooperation provides data, notice, and inspection. And the Commission gives a regular channel of communication, whereas the Article 9 gives a safety valve when questions cannot be settled bilaterally. You just remove one element and the peace function starts to fail. Therefore, the abeyance is not a diplomatic slogan. We need to understand that it is an attempt to disable the stabilizing architecture. Next, please. Next. Now I would come to the Article 8 of the total 12 articles of the treaty, which makes the Commission, the Permanent Indus Commission, the treaty's early warning system. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a mailbox or a post office. It is, in fact, the operating mechanism that keeps water out of conflict. The Commission converts suspicion into data and data into verification. and verification into the settlements. Regular meetings, tours, project information, Article 6 data, special inspections, and the annual reports are not merely the rituals or formalities. They are the treaty's first safety device. When the Commission is blocked, consequently, the first stage of dispute avoidance is blocked. Next, please. Now coming to one of the most important articles of the treaty, that is Article 9. And this is the article which, I have no inhibition to say that bites more to India, because this is basically not a courtroom afterthought. This is basically one of the articles of the treaty which provides a very elaborate dispute resolution mechanism, which starts at a bilateral level, at the Commission level, and in case the bilateral level settlement does not succeed, then it allows, without any paralysis, to move on to the third forum. So it is a progressive ladder, and it begins with questions before the Commission. If a question cannot be resolved, the treaty provides structured routes toward a neutral expert or a court of arbitration. The sequence is deliberate: institutional settlement first, third-party determination where necessary, but no paralysis. And Pakistan has used this ladder in past and also presently. The point to be highlighted is that non-response cannot be allowed to destroy the ladder. Next, please. And now comes the Court of Arbitration, which basically stems out of the Article 9 of the treaty. And the Court of Arbitration has basically strengthened the legal certainty. The court did not weaken the treaty, it basically reactivated the treaty. If we see simply towards the history of the implementation of the treaty, we can see that ever since India started the development of its works on the Western rivers, and that was basically started at a very fast pace from the year starting 2000. So there has always been a discord between the parties, and eventually in 2016, Pakistan decided that now is the time to have the general interpretation of the Indus Waters Treaty, particularly the provisions which govern the development by India on the Western rivers. So the Court of Arbitration's rulings, we are fortunate that we received 2 awards from the Court of Arbitration, one last year in the month of August, and the second, which was a supplemental award, so this year, a month before. So the court's rulings on competence, may those be the matters related to competence or the general interpretation or the specific design issue of maximum pondage, the court has confirmed 4 essential points to be noted. First, that India's non-appearance before the court does not paralyze the proceedings. Second, the abeyance posture does not deprive the court of competence. And third, the awards are final, binding, and controlling. And India must let flow the Western rivers with treaty exceptions applied strictly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a political rhetoric, and it is no more a Pakistan's position paper. It is the treaty speaking through its own court. Next, please. So let's talk about, in specific terms, about the awards, that, how these awards operationalize the terms of the treaty. The court's award translate the legal obligations into the operational discipline. Like the let flow is the general rule for the Western rivers and an obligation for India to fulfill. And run-off river hydropower is permitted to India only within the Article 3 and Annexure D, and pondage must be realistic, installed capacity of the new run-off river hydroelectric plants and their anticipated load cannot be inflated to create the operational discretion by way of inflating the pottage. Minimum downstream flow obligations and the environmental concerns must be respected. This is what the court has said. And Pakistan does not object, ladies and gentlemen, to the lawful hydropower. Lawful hydropower is not the problem for Pakistan, but, and it's a very big part, that the unlawful control, excessive discretion, and the opaque operation are the problem. Next, please. Now, I would share briefly that how Pakistan has kept the channel alive despite India's posturing of abeyance. Starting from the year 2025 and 26, the treaty year, which ended on 31st of March this year, the record is basically institutional. Pakistan kept the channel alive. I share it with full responsibility. Pakistan continued to provide the required data. Pakistan sent correspondence. Pakistan requested meetings, inspections, project information, and Article 9 consultations. Pakistan also prepared and transmitted the draft annual report, even in the exception circumstances, but there has been no response from the other side. On the other side of the record, before 2025, when India announced to hold the treaty in abeyance, we also see a similar pattern from the Indian side, and that was that there has been no commission meeting after May 2022, no general or special tour of inspection. Corresponding monthly data has remained outstanding after August 2023, and multiple core treaty communications have received no response. This is precisely what increases the risk of the avoidable escalation. Next, please. Now, what happens when data stops? The hydrological information, ladies and gentlemen, is not a diplomatic courtesy. It is an operational necessity. Without data, the downstream state is forced to guess whether it faces nature or the upstream operation. Only last night, I have been writing to my Indian counterpart when I observed significant fluctuations in the flows of Chenab yet again for the fourth time since last year, April 2025. That is not a technical inconvenience. It is a strategic hazard. Flood forecasting windows shrink, irrigation scheduling becomes uncertain at the sowing stage particularly, barrage and reservoir operations lose the predictive confidence, technical verification is displaced by strategic doubt. Therefore, there is no brainer in understanding that the data sharing is the line between the natural risk and the manufactured vulnerability. Next, please. As I just discussed about the manipulations of the flows of Chenab at Marala, so the Chenab episodes required answers. I will state this carefully and without overclaiming causation. These events required explanation and operational data, and we have been asking to India. Pakistan asked for that through the treaty channels, and ladies and gentlemen, there is no response from the Indian side, and the non-response creates the risk. When flows at Marala moved from a peak of 78,000 cusick to only 1,500 cusick in May 2025, when December 2025 shows a movement from 58,000 cusick down to 870 cusick, and when May 2026 records a sharp fall within the event window, no responsible downstream commissioner can treat that as a routine and move on. These are precisely the events the Commission exists to examine, with data, inspection, and consultation. Next, please. Now, I would like to show you a pattern, that how the pattern matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue is not hydropower for Pakistan. The issue is basically accumulated upstream control without the treaty discipline. The discipline which has been enshrined into the treaty as its fundamental core. You can see on the map, all the red boxes are the ones which have put now the western rivers and particularly the Chenab under stress. Starting from Marala Barrage, upstream, you can see that India has started reopening of its low-level outlets, and what would happen in simple terms, that by way of so doing, so India will have a control by way of, emptying the reservoir and refilling, and then basically repeating these, manipulations just to the detriment of Pakistan, which is, by the way, only 70 kilometers downstream of Salal. And the story does not stop. This basically leads to a pattern where India is going to construct its Sawalkot hydropower. The Ratle is, presently under construction. Similarly, 1,000 megawatt Pakaldol is under construction. Kiru and Kawar are with the same status. And now India has started to develop the Chenab-Beas link, so which has a potential to divert the water of 1.9 million acre feet. So as I have been trying to articulate, that the major issue, the core issue, is basically accumulated upstream control without the treaty discipline. One project may be a question in terms of the Article 9, but a cluster of accelerated works with no data, no inspection, and no commission engagement, that becomes a strategic pattern. No more a question. So I have already explained briefly that, what is going to happen with these projects. So Pakistan say yes to only lawful run-of-river generation, but Pakistan, of course, says no to the unlawful control, diversion, opacity, and the failure to comply. Next, please. So coming to close my presentation, I would like to say something briefly about the diversion and the control. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the two issues which require a particular attention because they go to the character of the bargain. First, the reported Chenab-Beas link. Pakistan's legal position is very clear, and that stems out from the Article 3, which governs the three western rivers and contains as such no freestanding category of the surplus western river waters available for diversion by India into an eastern river basin. Diversion changes the character of the bargain. The bargain, which is, at the core of the treaty through which Pakistan agreed to forego and surrender its rights of the three eastern rivers. Second is the Salal, as I explained. And ladies and gentlemen, so there has been a bilateral agreement signed by the then, Indian Minister for External Affairs back in the year 1978, Mr. A.B. Vajpayee, and from Pakistan's side, it was signed by Pakistan's Foreign Minister Agha Shahi. That agreement required the outlet works to be permanently plugged, and those were plugged. Now, if removal is claimed to be necessary for a safety emergency, the agreement requires, immediate information, consultation, and site inspection. Alterations, essentially require the mutual agreement, and reopening low-level outlets changes the control, as I explained, posture of a project governed by a specific bilateral agreement. So the Commission must examine both before facts are created on the ground. But these facts are going to be created on ground, whereas there are no consultations. Next, please. Now, coming to the international record, Pakistan is not responding only through the speeches. Pakistan has used the international system responsibly. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister briefed the diplomatic corps and wrote to the President of the Security Council, the President of the General Assembly, and the Secretary General. And Pakistan's permanent representative to the UN transmitted the record to the Security Council and the India-Pakistan question, under the India-Pakistan question. And ladies and gentlemen, very importantly, to the vindication of Pakistan's position, UN Special Procedures Mandate holders in October 2025 have publicly recognized serious human rights concerns comprising the water, food, livelihood, environment, and the development. So we are taking the matter to the world not only to internationalize a quarrel, but to prevent a treaty breakdown from becoming a security crisis. Water is life and it cannot be weaponized. Next, please. Something about Pakistan's own water house. So, ladies and gentlemen, this point is equally important. Pakistan is not merely asserting the rights abroad. Pakistan is strengthening its own water house at home. Treaty rights and domestic reform are two sides of the same national water strategy. Pakistan is basically improving the water storage and regulation, the reservoir safety, sediment management, hydropower capacity, water accounting, telemetry, canal rehabilitation, groundwater discipline, climate resilience, and agricultural productivity. We are already on a national journey to protect every drop, measure every flow more accurately, and produce more value from the water we lawfully receive. The stronger Pakistan, of course, becomes at home, the clearer its message becomes abroad. We protect every drop we receive, and we will not accept coercion over any drop we are entitled to receive. Next. This is the last slide of my presentation where I would like to highlight the significance and importance to restore the framework. The treaty's answer to this stress which we have been discussing so far and will be discussing in the remaining sessions of today's seminar is basically not the abeyance, it is performance. The way forward is very clear. An immediate commission meeting, full restoration of Article 6 data, general and special tours and inspections, project record disclosure, including the drawing standard documents, schedules, hydraulic designs, and operating rules, and Article 9 discipline, beginning with the commission examination and ending with respect for the courts of arbitration and the neutral expert. No unilateral abeyance, no data blackout, no diversion, no fait accompli. The Indus Waters Treaty is alive. The Commission must be therefore allowed to work. The architecture and the operating records are now before the seminar, and the legal, humanitarian, diplomatic, and security consequences will be addressed by the distinguished speakers who follow. So I thank you all.
In the order of service, we are honoured to have the presence of Mr. Musaddiq Masood Malik, who I'd like to invite to the stage. Federal Minister for Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. As an accomplished public policy practitioner, he's previously held key ministerial portfolios in petroleum and energy, and now leads national efforts on climate resilience, environmental sustainability, biodiversity conservation, and international climate cooperation. He should be with us shortly to give us his thoughts. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Yesterday, I was doing a press talk, and I told the crisis in the life of a man in Pakistan. A man, a farmer, farming for about 7 to 8 generations, got devastated over the past 15 years. His name is Iqbal Solangi. He was a farmer. He got wiped out in the floods of 2010. He barely survived and came back to his farmland and got wiped out again in 2012. He left the farm for a while, tried to put food on the table for his children, and came back to farming once the water went down. And he was hit again in 2022. One flood after the other, his life got devastated. His livestock was washed away, his house was washed away, his children's schools was washed away, his family was displaced. And he finally gave up on farming and probably does some labor work somewhere in Karachi. Generations of farming lost to water. But what I didn't say yesterday is that Iqbal Solanki is not alone in this universe. If you look at the Bangladeshi farmers who wait for the water to flow, and if the water doesn't flow, then the fisherman starves and the farmer cannot farm. Same story. In Sahil, at Sahil, a woman walks about 4 miles one way to get 1 bucket of water every day. And she is to walk 4 miles because the river that flew next to her village has pulled back. And has pulled back because someone upstream has stopped the flow of the water. Every day she walks 4 miles to get 1 bucket of water to bring back to her children. This is what she did yesterday. This is what she's doing today. And this is what she would be doing tomorrow. This is not a crisis in her life. This is her life. This is her life. And the Niles and the Tigris marshes and the story of the once Aral Sea. It's the same story. It's the exact same story of Iqbal Solanki. So not only is it the story of 120 million people in Pakistan who depend upon the farmlands, but it's a global story in Africa, in Bangladesh, by the flows of Mekong, everywhere it is the same story. We look at this story either as floods or droughts. But what we don't look at it is that it's not just the story of floods or scarcity of water. It's the story of water that you do not control. The danger is not just too little water or too much water. The danger is that someone else who is not you controls the tap through which your water is going to flow. My dear friend, Meher Ali Shah, my colleague, he just showed you a graph. One day, the water flowing through Marala was 1,500 cusics. Then it became 78,000 cusics. And then it fell down to 1,500 cusics. And not one drop of rain to explain that. So the only thing that explains this phenomenon is that someone else, who is not Iqbal Solanki, has his hand on the tap that controls his water. And who pays? About 50% of our population depends upon agriculture. That's give or take 120 million people. 120 million people's livelihood depend upon this water. About a quarter of our GDP and 100% of our food security depends upon the flow of this water. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, this is neither a crisis of climate nor a crisis of water. This is a crisis of justice. And that's how we would like the world to see it. Solanki didn't build the dams Solangi didn't break any treaty. Solangi didn't elect the man who controls the tap. And yet it's Solangi's life that gets devastated. This is the crisis of justice. And it's not just water tragedy. It's not just the water tragedy. I would like you to note that the same neighbor that controls this water flow or claims that it controls the water flows is the third largest polluter of the world, third largest. And let's make it simple. You pollute, greenhouse gases, temperatures rise, glaciers melt, downstream flooding. So the country that has created the furnace, which is burning the skies and burning the glaciers and affecting floods downstream, is the same country that then controls the tap, controls the flow of the water. Now, how just is that? You burn, you flood, and you know what that burning and flooding means for us? 6,000 people dead over the past 15 years. 6,000 people. 6,000 people haven't died in a single war. 19,000 people injured or disabled. And 40 million people displaced. 40 million, 40, larger than most countries in Europe. Displaced for months, for 6 months. And if they're displaced for 3 months, 90 days, given our demography, 1.8 billion school days are lost. Imagine your child not going to school for 1 month. 1.8 billion school days lost. Because someone else decides when the water is going to flow and flood you. Someone else decides when the water is going to be stopped to the extent that your soil cracks because of dryness and is rendered useless forever. Someone else decides that. That is the crisis that we are talking about today. We have a treaty for this. We call it Indus Water Treaty, which is why we are all here today. When you want to test law, you test the law at its weakest point, not the strongest point. And this treaty is one of the strongest treaties of the world, not the weakest treaty. Let me say it again. If you want to test a policy or you want to test a law, you test it at its weakest point where it breaks to make sure that the justice is delivered. Now here, this is the strongest treaty the world has seen. It has survived 3 wars between 2 nuclear powers. If this treaty doesn't hold, ladies and gentlemen, no treaty in the world is worth the weight of the paper on which it's published. No world order post-Second World War holds today if this treaty doesn't hold. Because the order that we created after the Second World War, it all came out of these treaties. So what is the value of a treaty if one powerful country, and we don't consider them powerful, but one powerful country one day gets up and says, the treaty, well, it may well be, but it doesn't apply to me. And I unilaterally put it in abeyance or suspend it or walk out of it. This is what previously led to genocides. This is why the world came together and weaved itself into these web of treaties. And one of the strongest treaties in the world, one country just gets up and says it doesn't hold anymore. I always pronounce it wrong, and I have my very dear friend Amar Bilal Sufi. We go way back to school days. So I'm going to, in his presence, pronounce it wrong. What is it? Pacta sunt servanda? The treaties must hold. So my view is, ladies and gentlemen, it is not that the treaty has been suspended or put in abeyance. It is simply that the treaty has been revealed. And that's all there is to it. The treaty has not been put in abeyance. The treaty has been revealed to the world. Our friends went to the court. We went to the court. And the court upheld their point of view. I mean, there have been mixed, court has given mixed judgments. Sometimes they favored us, sometimes they favored our neighboring countries, and everyone said, all right, we'll go with whatever the international courts are saying. Now here the court passed a judgment and put limits on the technical design, on the flow of water, put natural limits and decided this is how it's going to be organized. No one country can unilaterally decide what the design is going to be. No one country is going to decide how they're going to stop the flow of water from one country to another. And guess what? Country got up and said, I don't accept the jurisdiction. I don't accept the jurisdiction? So what is the jurisdiction of international courts of justice? None. So does it mean tomorrow anyone can get up, any nuclear state can get up and say, hell be upon you, I don't accept your jurisdiction, I don't accept the world order, I don't accept treaties, I don't accept rights, I don't accept justice. I just don't accept. So ladies and gentlemen, to me, treaty has been revealed. And in that, all treaties of the world have been revealed. So this is not a message for us. We can take care of ourselves as we have seen. No one can stop our water. But what about the rest of the world? If this precedent has been set, and if the new world order is in accordance with this new precedent, then what about the rest of the world, is my question. The water that flows through the Netherlands is French water, is Swiss water, and is German water before it becomes the Dutch water. So what about that? The water that goes to Portugal is Spain's water. What about that? So essentially, this new order that is being proposed is that no downstream country in the world has any water rights. This is not Pakistan's case. This is the case and test for water rights for all downstream billions and billions and billions of people who live downstream. The decision whether they're going to have, as our neighbors say, a drop of water flow through their country. That's the test that we're putting to the table today. Whether it's Hungarian Tiesa, which was poisoned in another country, or it's Niles, or it's Dunabe, which goes through 19 different countries. Every country is downstream of some other country. So no country in the world after this has any rights to water. And no recourse either. Because any country can get up and say, I don't accept the jurisdiction. I do not accept the jurisdiction of this court. So this is a question that I put in front of all of you. Every other element of the world, you have organizations and laws that govern trade. You have organizations and laws that control nuclear proliferation. And you have no laws for water. You have no laws for agriculture, for food, for drinking water. What are you going to trade? What laws? So what am I urging us to do in our togetherness, all of the international experts today? No more declarations. It's tiring to go to these United Nations fora and come up with one declaration, non-binding declaration after another. There must be a covenant which has political consequences, which has economic consequences, which has diplomatic consequences. So rise now or hold your peace forever.
वफाकी वज़ीर मौसमियाती तब्दीली डॉक्टर मुसद्दिक मलिक खिताब कर रहे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि पाकिस्तान ने तबाहकुन सैलाबों का सामना किया। ये माहौलियाती मसला नहीं और इंसाफ का मामला है। असल मसला पानी को कंट्रोल करके बतौर हथियार इस्तेमाल करना है। पाकिस्तान में बड़े तबके का जरिया मुआशी ज़राअत है जो पानी से वाबस्ता है।
Treaty disruption and human security. But now it is my pleasure to invite another dear friend and one of Pakistan's most eminent international lawyers, Mr. Amir Bilal Sufi, who is going to enlighten us on treaty procedures and international foundations, good faith, compliance and conflict prevention under the Indus Waters Treaty. Mr. Sufi.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Federal Minister for Climate Change, Honorable Federal Minister for Information, Honorable Chair, experts, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. The learned minister provoked some legal points, innovation. And I think when he said that the water, there is no right over water, if I can develop it further, basically there is no title to water of any state. If you remember, they are called global commons. The SDGs and international law treats space, air, water as a common heritage of mankind. That is exactly what 1982 Law of the Sea Convention tells us, that they are common heritage of mankind. So the waters flowing from the glaciers downwards towards states who could be upper, lower, or multiple states, no state can validly claim title of water. It's a common right. It has to be used by all. With this fundamental feature inherent, it is obvious that a water flowing from one country to another can't be stopped or diverted by its very nature. And that is one reason why we come to this conclusion that in all treaties that have been executed between upper and lower riparian, the just use principle or entitlement of use of water by each has been enshrined and codified. The Indus Water Treaty is no exception to it. So what Mr. Meher Ali Shah identified as Article 3, the core obligation, it links up in a jurisprudence sense with this equal use of water and absence of title to any country, to any state, that the water will be allowed to let flow into Pakistan without any interference. And the interference exceptions have been identified. And then, despite that, and what are those exceptions? Of course, despite those exceptions, you will let the water flow. And when you are making any hydro projects, any pondages, then you guarantee a low riparian through an Indus Water Treaty or any similar treaty that, look, we are making this pondage, this hydro project for our use in our territory that we need. There are people who require electricity. There are people for whose agriculture we require that. Don't you worry, your water will continue to flow. So that's the assurance, that's the guarantee implicit in the Indus Water Treaty, and that is why several projects were allowed to happen. And to ensure the engineering drawings were commented upon, discussed, even taken to judicial forums as and when required, but the very project itself was not criticized, was not pushed back by Pakistan. Now the situation has dramatically changed, ladies and gentlemen. In May last year, India says we are holding it in abeyance. Holding in abeyance from an international law point of view is an admission of a breach of a treaty. If you say, I'm holding a treaty in abeyance, you're fashioning a terminology to walk away from the core obligations of the treaty. You're identifying a term which is stranger to the water law jurisprudence or even Vienna Convention and the laws of treaty, where either you would suspend or you would terminate, or you would at best not walk out of it, but use the exceptions within to argue your point of view. But if you are saying yourself that we are holding it abeyance to an international law, this is an admission of the breach of a bilateral treaty. For Pakistan, it holds the field, and we use its baseline to comment. That is strategy one. The strategy two is that they are no longer linking this matter to the treaty formulation. The absence of good faith tells us Indians are linking it holistically to other issues that are again extraneous to the treaty. Terrorism. Terrorism is a matter that Security Council is already seized of by virtue of UNSC Resolution 1373, which forces obligations on all member states to counter acts of terrorism through judicial process, legislation, and executive action. And Pakistan has done that post-Mumbai. Most of these people who were suspected, their properties have been seized. They have been struggling, going to courts, asking for permissions to travel and so on. And their reports have been filed by Pakistan to CTC, Counter-Terrorism Committee, consistently. So Pakistan was then evaluated under FATF, and whatever deficiencies in law enforcement mechanism were to counter terrorism, they were fulfilled. Whether they were SCCP framework, State Bank framework, and even Pakistan developed mutual legal assistance law just 2-3 years ago, the standalone MLA law. India, on the other hand, does not have MLA. So if Pahalgam happened, they only have one provision in their criminal procedure code entitling them to send requests to Pakistan for investigation or for cooperation in investigation. If Pahalgam when happened, the true course of action available to them was to write a letter to the state of Pakistan pursuant to 1273 and under Section 19 of the Mutual Legal Assistance Act of Pakistan, insisting that Pakistan provides relevant information, joint investigation, or whatever information that they had, pass it on to us and say, cooperate. Had we not cooperated, which we couldn't, we had to, whatever that meant at that point in time. But they chose, instead of lawfare, warfare. They decided they will attack Pakistan. And as part of the package, they announced a hostility environment between the state of Pakistan and state of India. Operation Sindoor is an operation term used by them. And when they say it is not over, the reason is, to me, as an international law person, it comes across as a situation of war is continuing from Indian side unilaterally on Pakistan, and Indus Water Treaty holding in its abeyance is a subset of that war strategy. They are launching this war from Afghanistan side, the proxies who come in. They're launching this war through other means by incorporating Kashmir territory. They're launching this war against other measures. And now IWT holding in abeyance is partially because, in their reckoning, since they have claimed the territory of the Kashmir under Article 370, pursuant to Presidential Order of 5th August 2019, and they have got it verified by the Supreme Court of India. So in their reckoning, they claim the territory over which Kashmir, over which Indus and other waters flow. And it is in their strategic calculation one way to dislodge IWT as well, to remove it off. And when they do that, which they have done, it is a serious wrong under articles of state responsibility which were prepared by International Law Commission, which, and you can clearly demonstrate without much arguments that this holding in abeyance tantamounts to a serious international wrong which permits Pakistan countermeasures, both coercive and non-coercive in nature. Pakistan has been exercising restraint as much as it can. It will continue to do so. It will continue to exercise lawfare measures, which mean writing to the UN Security Council, to the P5 members, because it is no longer a treaty matter, ladies and gentlemen. It has become an issue of the UN Charter, where there is a threat to regional peace and security. So the jurisdictional mandate, apart from judicial apparatus under IWT, is now with the P5, is with the Security Council and the Office of the UN Secretary General, because it is his office who has to take cognizance that a situation is deteriorating in subcontinent between two countries, and deteriorating fast. And there have been multiple efforts being made to salvage, and the state of Pakistan, through its ministers, its prime ministers, its military chief, has made it known to the global community that we will be left with no choice except to resort to certain measures that we don't want to. And in that case as well, in another seminar, we were discussing that, yes, dams and dikes are traditionally protected sites under Geneva Convention Additional Protocol Article 1, Article 56, 52 to be specific, for the reason that mischief escapes from them and that causes a lot of damage to civilian property. But up to the point when the pondage is filled with water, the protection is not triggered. So you have a time zone of considering extreme actions that, as I said, Pakistan will be reluctant. So it's become an issue of the UN Charter that the situation between India and Pakistan is deteriorating fast, and the pretext remains the IWT. It's a larger frame of an armed conflict that India has imposed upon us, and it is using various measures, and IWT continues to be a subset of that war framework. I also suggested in one of my write-ups, and we did it when the PMLN government was there last time in 2016, I believe, an idea of legal diplomacy between India and Pakistan. And the recommendation was we organized a seminar, and in that seminar, we even invited people from the Indian High Commission, and we said that we issued several issues, Kashmir, Siachen, Sir Creek, have partially legal angle to it. Both are out options from a legal to be. So the rule book, what India has to also realize that if it moves away from the global rule book, the treaties that we are talking about are not 1, 2, 3. They're a stack of treaties, ladies and gentlemen. And if you go to the UN Treaty Series website, you will be taken aback that there are millions of treaties. They constitute the rule book of global order, not 1 or 2. The more you move away from the rule book of global order, the more you lose credibility and standing, the more you bear cost. President Trump, we remember when he said statements on Alaska and Canada, the cost was evident. The allies began to move away. So irresponsible attitude from the Indian side on a treaty, which is otherwise known to be a boundary treaty, which is otherwise known to be given enhanced sanctity under Vienna Convention and customary norms, is that they are beginning to bear the cost of being alienated. And one reason why Pakistan is leading in the regional discussions and alternative dispute resolution mechanism is because Pakistan wants to behave as reasonably as possible, as legally correct as possible, and that is how its teams and its measures are responding to that. So my concluding remarks would be that there is absence of good faith on the part of our Indian neighbor, and we sense it very clearly. The biggest evidence is the holding in abeyance. The problem that people talk to us and they ask us in streets, in the courts where I move, in other events, that why is India doing all this? Why is that they don't understand? They have international lawyers. There is an Indian Society of International Law. So aren't they telling them that they are? And I say this has been politically driven. It was part of the agenda in 2016 when President Modi came to power. He talked about two distinct things. One was that we will remove Article 370 and then we will get rid of Indus Water Treaty as well. And that is how they are moving in that direction, irrespective of the legal inherent obligations that they have to face. So I'll stop here, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sufi. For our final panelist, we are honored to welcome the distinguished head of the Scientific Center for International and Strategic Studies at the University of World Civilizations, Moscow, the distinguished Professor Dr. Roxolana Zigon, Professor Zigon, who is going to enlighten us on IWT, Foundation for Peace and Security in South Asia, a foreign, legal, and humanitarian perspective.
Dear guests, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Minister of Climate, and former Minister of Law of Pakistan, Mr. Sufi. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for having a unique opportunity to participate in this important event, which is aimed at discussing a completely new scenario that we're facing in relation to India and Pakistan relations and the role that the Indus Water Treaty is playing in order to depict a new reality we are all standing in front of. Because the case that we are overviewing here is not connected just to the dispute, waters dispute, between Pakistan and India. As it was correctly marked by my colleagues before, it has to do with every state and every nation of the global community today. Unfortunately, we have been witnessing for the last years and decades a serious deterioration of the international relations system. And my colleagues have wonderfully described the failures that we have been observing in relation to the UN, to the international legal system, to address the burning issues of the modern days. While listening to the previous speeches, I have marked to myself a key word that I would like to carry forward. Mr. Sufi has mentioned the word faith, the lack of trust, the failures of the neighbor. And I would like to start my speech that I would like to address to the esteemed audience with the following words: faith, unity, discipline. Faith is the national motto of Pakistan, the guiding principle of Pakistani nationhood. It is derived from the principle principles laid down by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founding father of Pakistan. And I do believe that it's not accidental that this seminar is taking place in the Jinnah Convention Center, which has been hosting recently Islamabad peace talks that confirms and defines a special posture of Pakistan in direction of proclaiming and promoting diplomatic efforts for the global community. For 79 years since the day of liberation from the British rule and the establishment of the independent state of Pakistan in 1947, it has been falling for this vision of faith, unity, and discipline, with the inner strength and courage. These principles were integrated in every drop of the Pakistani blood and its national DNA. It means that the Pakistani nationhood has succeeded to pass a historical resilience test and win a fight for sovereignty, self-identity, and independence with dignity and strong vision. I have quoted these principles and placed them into privileged position as their perfect introduction to the topic of my insight today. Indus Waters Treaty, Foundation for Peace and Security in South Asia. The foreign, legal, and humanitarian perspectives. They can be flawlessly applied to every word of this title and highlight an importance of the Foundation for Peace and Security retention in South Asia. Unfortunately, Indus waters bring different sound and meaning of these principles for India, that has unilaterally suspended the 66-year-old Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan since last year's conflict in Pahalgam in April 2025, escalating a long-standing bilateral dispute and raising concerns over legal and humanitarian perspectives for sustaining peace and security in the South Asia. India's foreign ministry said on the 5th of June that treaty would stay suspended until Pakistan completely stops cross-border terrorism. It appears as provocative and aggressive as the statement of the India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi that blood and water cannot flow together. It is his signature policy stance linking India's water sharing rights with Pakistan to cross-border terrorism. It asserts that India will not continue standard diplomatic cooperation and resource sharing while enduring violent attacks. Recently, the Union Minister of Water Resources, Mr. Patil, stated that the Indian government is actively working to ensure that not a single drop of water will go to Pakistan in the coming years. This rhetoric poisons not just the sacred Indus waters, but the very ground of the international law. The Indus Waters Treaty governs the use of the rivers in the Indus Basin, which is shared by India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and China. Under the agreement, India has unrestricted access to the basin's eastern rivers, while Pakistan receives rights to the western rivers. Every 9 in every 10 Pakistanis live within the Indus Basin today. Its rivers irrigate more than 90% of the country's crops and generate most of its hydroelectric power. All 21 of Pakistan's hydroelectric plants are located within the basin, and they are load-bearing pillars of a fragile economy that is in need of being technologically boosted and secured. India doesn't even need to cut all flows to inflict damage to Pakistan. Manipulating the timing of releases from dams on the western rivers could flood Pakistani farmland during planting seasons, while withholding water during critical irrigation windows could devastate harvests. Pakistan has already written to India twice in 2025 and once in May 2026 about abnormal, abrupt, flow variations of the Chenab. Therefore, an opportunity to settle the issue through dialogue and diplomacy is reducing day after day. In the short term, reduced India-Pakistan coordination on river flow data, forecasting and technical communication will likely increase uncertainty and crisis volatility without significantly limiting actual water flows. In the longer term, potential upstream infrastructure expansion and climate stress could increase structural instability and intensify crisis dynamics between the two nuclear states. In fact, India is seeking to weaponize water through infrastructure projects. And it was mentioned very correctly by my colleague that it's not a conversation about a single dam or construction. We are talking about the whole cluster of illegal constructions there, breaking the legal framework of the Indus Treaty waters. This follows remarks in April by Pakistan's Planning Minister Ahsan Iqbal that the country had only about 90 days of water storage capacity. This falls well below regional and global benchmarks, with regional economies typically maintaining more than 120 days of storage and the global benchmark standing at roughly 300 days. Cutting flows would have serious implications for Pakistan's agriculture and overall economy, but any project would take several years before it has an impact. Pakistan has previously said it would consider any attempt to change the flow of cross-border waterways as an act of war, saying that the 160 treaty remained in force as there was no mechanism to unilaterally withdraw from it. It had also urged the UN Security Council to take up the dispute over the Indus Waters Treaty, warning that India's continuous unilateral suspension of the treaty carries grave peace and security, as well as humanitarian consequences for the whole South Asia. We should remember, all of us, that internationally, the Indus Waters Treaty is widely celebrated and recognized as one of the most durable transboundary water sharing mechanisms in history, brokered by the World Bank and established as a framework that successfully insulated vital resource management from broader geopolitical hostility for over 6 decades. There is a global perspective on the Indus Water Treaty, which is defined by several key elements or pillars. First of all, this treaty should stay in consideration with a separation over integration. What does it mean? Unlike treaties that require joint management of an entire river, the Indus Waters Treaty essentially separated or divorced the river systems. It allocated the 3 eastern rivers, Ravi, Beas and Sutlej, entirely to India, and the 3 western rivers, Indus, Jhelum and Chenab, to Pakistan. This separation is the key reason for its long-term resilience. The treaty also created the Permanent Indus Commission, which mandates regular commissioner meetings. This channel is a vital conflict management mechanism that survived multiple full-scale wars and prolonged diplomatic frictions between India and Pakistan. The Indus Waters Treaty stands as a strong pillar of the multilateral mediation power. It provided a formalized 3-step dispute resolution pattern involving Permanent Indus Commission, neutral experts, and the Court of Arbitration. However, we should keep in mind that the Indus Waters Treaty shouldn't be viewed as a division of waters, as it was the case of division of land during the partition of 1947, but rather as a mode of cooperation on water sharing. At the age of the New World Order settlement, The very idea of division and hostile hegemony, as dangerous and non-perspective as the extreme unification of the ultra-global liberalism. While promoting the unilateral actions and international law violation, Indian policymakers are undermining their authority and title of the reliable and privileged partner within BRICS and Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Blood and water doesn't flow together, but blood consists of 92% of water. You can't split it. You can only spill it. The Indus Waters Treaty has proved to be an outstanding example of cooperation between Pakistan and India for the whole global community over the past 6 decades. And all the attempts to demolish it due to geopolitical ambitions of India appear to be a highly vicious provocation and stance against fragile stability in the South Asia, which is tightly linked with the whole architecture of security in the Middle East. Being a strategic partner of Israel, India has taken a destructive path towards violent transboundary expansion of its national interest and goals by the means of ultimatums, dictatorship, and warmongering. Increasing Pakistani needs and the continuing building of hydropower dams by India on the western rivers Chenab may further threaten the treaty, which has no exit strategy. Water issue is a core issue between the two countries because, first of all, it is related to the disputed Jammu and Kashmir issue, and secondly, Pakistan is dependent on the single river basin, which its economy, agriculture, and energy needs to rely on. The regional tax of the Indus Waters Treaty lacks adaptive management strategies for emerging global issues, such as accelerating climate change, changing hydrological patterns, and population growth. The unilateral actions of India can provoke an erosion of international norms. Unilateral changes threaten fundamental tenets of the customary international law, the principles of equitable and reasonable utilization, and the obligation not to cause significant harm. Powerful nation, or we have decided not to name India a powerful nation, conditionally powerful nations may utilize or bypass legal space to legitimize structural asymmetries, framing water access projects strictly through national security rather than shared responsibility. Undoubtedly, interference with cross-border flows is viewed as a direct threat to survival and economic stability of the affected populations. It can create critical and cause actually humanitarian challenges. Its health and sanitation problem. Upstream pollution or water diversions directly impact the drinking water and sanitation safety of downstream communities. It affects livelihoods and food security of Pakistan. Therefore, all sorts of unilateral actions of India, such as constructing dams or shrinking water supplies, threaten food security and economic stability of Pakistan. The Indus Waters Treaty Dispute Resolution Mechanism undoubtedly should be modernized according to the changing environmental and demographic realities on both sides of the border to bring it move in line with contemporary international water course law that defines the use and conservation of all waters that cross international boundaries, including both surface and groundwaters. However, taking into consideration that there is no strong political will from the side of India to make joint management of the Indus Basin possible, without weaponization of the issuer, there is a need to reassess the very ground from the perspective of Pakistan's rights to protect its national interest, geoeconomic, humanitarian sustainability, such as launching an Islamabad Indus Waters Global Forum. I think that this seminar can become a beginning of this process that can help to address to the broader international audience the importance, significance, and inevitability of resolving this issue. Definitely, India tries to undermine significant pillars of the security architecture in the region of South Asia. By demolishing Indus Waters Treaty, it wishes to change the geopolitical course in its favor by the hybrid forms of violating geostrategic balance and geoeconomic stability in the South Asia. While creating obstacles and hurdles on the way of Pakistan to become an important regional player, it targets to create multiple red lines for Pakistan in order to prevent its expansion of its presence and influence in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and possible entrance to the BRICS format. Pakistan has all the authorities, all the capacities, and a strong political will to show when those red lights start and where they may end. As there is an undeniable stance, Indus waters do not drift backwards. They flow equally for both parties, being the vital blood vascular system for all. Thank you very much.
Very much, Professor Zigon, for her insightful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have very limited time for question and answers, so I'll... Turn this on.
Oh. Can you all hear me? There we go. We're going to open the floor for some questions and comments. Just a couple of things that I request from you. If you could briefly introduce yourself, and where possible, if you could direct your question to one of our lovely speakers. I'm going to request our chair, Mr. Khurram Dastagir, to kindly moderate the Q&A session, please.
Do we have any inquisitive mind to ask questions from our distinguished panelists? There's one. Please introduce yourself and please be brief.
I will be brief. I am Abdullah Khan, Managing Director, Pakistan Institute for Conflict and Security Studies. My question is from the Commissioner of Indus Waters Treaty. You said in your presentation that India has stopped cooperating with Pakistan since 2023. So what was your commission and the government of Pakistan doing during this period? And my second question is from Ahmad Bilal Sufi Saab. That as per international law, and Dr. Musaddiq Malik has also highlighted that downstream countries have a legitimate right on the rivers. But we have given a right of 3 rivers to India, all kind of rights, and they have diverted that. So don't you think that India has provided us to reclaim our right on the eastern 3 rivers? If India is running away from this treaty, so why should not we claim the lost rivers which we had lost to India in 1960? Thank you very much.
Commissioner Shah, if you will respond, please.
So your question is that, what the Commission was doing when they stopped cooperating under the framework of the treaty. So I just want to share with you that basically there is a background of this non-cooperation from the Indian side because Pakistan started the arbitral proceedings back in 2016 which were paused by the World Bank for 6 good or bad years. And eventually, in the month of November 2022, the bank constituted the Court of Arbitration. And as a consequence of the empanelment of the Court of Arbitration, which India felt that it is going to be, not very positive to protect the India's interest. So therefore, they stopped the cooperation. And fortunately, by that time, Pakistan's commission as well as the government of Pakistan was in front of the Court of Arbitration. And our first and foremost duty was to place all the record, cooperation, non-cooperation, semi-cooperation before the Court of Arbitration and try to convince the Court of Arbitration that this court has been constituted through a due process and it has all the jurisdiction. And we succeeded. And we received the first award of the court on its competence, in which one of the arguments was this basically non-cooperation from the Indian side. And the court said, court basically rejected all 6 objections by India on the court itself. And it basically recognized that the court has the jurisdiction, it was duly constituted, and the treaty framework is valid. So this is what the commission was doing. So this was first part of your question. I think second is for you.
Thank you, Shahzab. Mr. Sufi.
Thank you very much for your question. Reclaiming the rivers, if I were to frame it legally, we clearly moved to our disadvantage while agreeing to let waters of 3 western rivers come to us and the eastern rivers were given. So we call it in legal formulation that a country, when entering into a contract, moved to its disadvantage. If the contract is now being argued as not existing, then you rightly say there are 3 things then which Pakistan can look at or do. First is the reclaiming, subject to adjustments of the rivers. Second is that we can now object to each and every project which they are making. Earlier, these projects that was shown on the map by Meher Ali Shah Sahab, each of this project is now causing a threat of if the upper riparian wants to starve the lower riparian or interrupt the water, divert it, or cause any discomfort or break the political will, which is the war aim. So they're converting them into military objectives. So in other words, you now have the right to object on construction, tendering, identifying, planning of every site that is coming up, because the guarantee of IWT from their side does not exist. And lastly, since we negotiated this treaty between India and Pakistan, traditionally every state through which a river flows has a locus standi into it. So China, in my view, needs to be also be part of Pakistan's specific discussions because it commences from there. And if you look at Mekong, Danube, and all other rivers, the tradition is all riparians through which the river is running, they are parties to that arrangement.
Thank you very much. There's one more question. I'm afraid that the last one we can take.
Thank you very much, sir. I am Dr. Fayaz from NEST. My question is from Ahmed Bilal Sufi Sahab. Sir, about 10 years back, I conducted your interview, and that was on Indus Water Treaty. And we talked about, that was climate proofing Indus Water Treaty, an instrument of peace building in South Asia. That was the context. And you categorically mentioned that we need to have an addendum instead of renegotiating a treaty. But now, after 10 years, and what has happened, the way treaty has transpired as a victim of hydropolitics, do you really hold your opinion to the same very concept, or you think there should be some variance to that very thought process? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sufi.
Sir, thank you very much. I think I'm not averse to that, even as of today. if India wants to sit on the table and say they have certain concerns, we also have some concerns in respect of treaty. So whether we call it addendum or an additional protocol, these are the options which should be on the table from Pakistan's side. I mean, if I were to be advising anyone, I would say, yes, go ahead and have a session on this. We have our concerns as well, and some of the concerns are that we highlighted earlier. So my position stays the same, but I'm very upset with the belligerency shown over a period of time. 10 years ago, when Mr. Modi announced that he will do this, we thought it was just a rhetoric. But he set up a task force, and that task force comprised of various international lawyers, and they came out with 5th August 2019 formulation, and now they have done this, which is unheard of. So it's a belligerency from the other side that discourages you. Otherwise, legal diplomacy, addendum options, and multiple other options are open in my reckoning. It's subject to the, I will say, the political government's will on it, but my own position remains the same.
One more question has been requested. So, Madam.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister. First of all, my compliments to the panel for, excellent presentations. But taking advantage of such an illustrious panel, I will ask, the devil's advocate. The question is that if India actually builds a dam, what is the actual liability which we can impose on them? Is there any structure which is available in it? One. And number two, how would that translate into an act of war? And if so, how far do you see the legal options resulting into military warfare? I know it's the chair's discretion not to respond on it, but considering your background in defense, maybe if you could also elaborate a bit on it. And one added small question to Roxana. You talked about a forum for Indus water. If you could, briefly, spell that out, how do you think that forum is going to help, and whether or not that can become a starting point for interactions with the SCO? Dr. Maria Sultan from South Asian Strategic Stability Institute University.
Professor Zigon, if you wish to respond, and we will take the other question.
Dear Dr. Maria Sultan, thank you very much for your question. First of all, I'm grateful that you have been attentively absorbing all the information or statements and offers, proposals that have been made directly and between the lines in my speech. And intentionally, I didn't highlight the idea of organizing Indus Water Treaty, Islamabad Indus Water Treaty Global Forum in a specific sector of discussion, because I wanted this idea to mature. To be honest with you, I think Pakistan has reached a historical momentum. It has achieved a tremendous breakthrough in a diplomatic domain. It has managed and succeeded to convert a long-standing negative perception of Pakistan in the global media as a country which has been marked and primarily marked by hostile neighbor India, which has been promoting the idea that Pakistan is a hub of terrorism, is a place which is not worthy of considering in a global world order construction. But what a surprise, has broken the plans of India after an incredible diplomatic success and breakthrough of Pakistan, which has stood up front with Islamabad peace talks and has successfully managed as a peace moderator, peace broker, in order to completely reshuffle the geopolitical and geostrategic perception of Pakistan, not only in the region of South Asia, the Middle East, but in the perception of the global audience. And I think that's a very important pretext and incentive in order to connect these two successful diplomatic endeavors and steps that have been made by Pakistan, including the seminar on Indus Water Treaty, which I actually combine in very strong logics. And that logics dictates me to come up with a proposal of going further. And as my colleagues have correctly mentioned, that issue is not actually concerning only Pakistan. China should take a really important, significant role in this dispute mediation, as well as Russia. And I truly believe that if Islamabad Indus Waters Treaty will take a format of the global forum, it can become a really important initiative that Pakistan can bring on the round table of discussion and reflection in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And logically, as the next step, when this global forum will attract immense attention, and I think that Pakistan should address that issue also to the countries of the Gulf states, because they also have a scarce resource of water. It's a great concern for them as well. So, and the next step can be as addressing this issue to the countries of BRICS. Therefore, I strongly believe that if Pakistan follows all those achievements that it has reached by today, I think it's logically that that format of global forum will be given a chance. Thank you.
Dr. Maria, I shall use the chair's privilege and duck your question, and thereby bringing this session to a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have benefited immeasurably from the insights of the Indus Waters Commissioner, Meher Ali Shah, my dear friend Amir Bilal Sufi, Professor Roxalana Zigon, and of course the impassioned discourse of Dr. Musaddiq Malik. Please give them all a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our audience members for not only listening very carefully to what our guests have to say, but also asking engaging questions. I'd like to now invite our session chair, Mr. Khurram Dasti Khan, to deliver his conclusions on today's session.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm delighted to acknowledge the presence of my distinguished former colleague in the Cabinet and the National Assembly and the Chairman of Pakistan People's Party, Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, and of course another very valued colleague, Ms. Hina Rabbani Khar, who has been the Foreign Minister and currently chairs the National Assembly Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. My dear friend Ata Tarar is not momentarily here, but thank you, Mr. Tarar, for this kind invitation, and of course my appreciation to Institute of Regional Studies and Ambassador George Salim for always dragging me to these things in which I'm a willing victim. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin by quoting the American writer Henry Thoreau, who said that the life in us is like the water in the river. The life in us is like the water in the river, and therefore I'm here to argue for living rivers. And I'm also here to prosecute those who threaten a civilization, who have contempt for international law, and who choke rivers to punish and coerce humanity. And what I'm prosecuting today is that India has weaponized water. What does this mean? We have heard from more than one distinguished panelists that on 25th of April 2025, India unilaterally put in abeyance the Indus Waters Treaty, a treaty that has survived four full-scale wars and 65 years of unbroken enmity between two nuclear power neighbors. So the treaty has some resilience, had some resilience until it was put into abeyance, which Mr. Sufi has told us is a legally meaningless concept because it doesn't exist in the treaty. But they didn't just put the treaty in abeyance, ladies and gentlemen. After the abeyance came the threats. And I want to quote exactly what was said. The Indian Water Minister said, "We will ensure that not a single drop of Indus water flows into Pakistan." The Interior Minister, Amit Shah, said a month later, no, Indus Waters Treaty will never be restored. Mr. Patil, Mr. Shah's boss, Prime Minister Modi, first said in 2016, has repeated since, and Professor Zigo quoted it, that blood and water cannot flow together. But they didn't just make the threats once. They have repeated the threat. The Water Minister, Mr. Patil, has repeated this, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has very recently confirmed what the Interior Minister said, that Indus Waters Treaty will not be restored. And to those who said that India hasn't acted on its threat, I have only one slide, if you can put this on, of a list of actions that India has taken, if the computer guy is awake. Otherwise, I will just read out what is there. The next one, please. Next slide. Yes. So this is a list of actions to answer those that India hasn't said or done anything since it put the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. That was on April 23rd, 2025. In the next 2 days, India cut off all hydrological data and flood warnings. Then it went on in which it announced a three-pronged water denial strategy for all western rivers. And on May 4th and 5th, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is worth paying some attention to, the Baglihar dam gates were closed, which reduced flow in the Chenab River by 90%. I think it was mentioned earlier. Also, on May the 5th, the Salal dam gates get closed. In May 2025, again on the Chenab, they flushed the reservoir. Then it goes on and on. But the important thing is that India has, in the last year, has continued to take actions to stop and divert Pakistan's water in the western rivers. It continues to make threatening remarks and for a very real effect, I think we can see the August-September 2025 incident when its dam gates were released without advance notice on the eastern rivers, which is Ravi, Chenab, and Sutlej, and nearly 4.7 million Pakistanis were affected by that flood when those rivers were opened without warning. So India has acted on its threat, and the same incident that I just quoted when India decided to stop the flow of water on the Chenab River, a senior Indian government official told the Indian Express newspaper, and again I want to be precise in quoting that official, unnamed Indian official, he said that this stopping the flow of water was, and I quote, a punitive action. By doing this, even if the choke is for a short while, we demonstrate that we will take coercive steps. The Chenab River irrigates Punjab farmlands, and Pakistan needs to realize we mean to punish them on all fronts. So this is the policy of the government of India. Choke, punish, coerce. And punishing and coercing the human beings who drink from these rivers and the flora and fauna irrigated by these rivers. 200 million people choked, punished, and coerced, not for what they did, but for what their government is accused of without any evidence. The Indian Home Minister, I want to complete his remarks, because he did not even bother with euphemism. After declaring that India will never restore the Indus Waters Treaty, he continued on, he said, and I quote, "We will take water that was flowing to Pakistan to Rajasthan by constructing a canal, and Pakistan will be starved of water that it has been getting unjustifiably." So it is his word, starved. So the government of India has declared publicly and starkly its intention to starve a neighboring population of water. And ladies and gentlemen, let that sit beside the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which recognizes water as a fundamental human right. Let it sit beside the Geneva Conventions. Let it sit beside every principle of civilized international conduct that humanity has built at such terrible cost over the last century. So Pakistan's legal position in this case is not merely strong, it is grounded unassailably in international law and has been expressed trenchantly by speakers in this session. But I just want to quote one sentence from the Court of Arbitration in its finding in June 2025. It said the treaty does not provide for unilateral abeyance and reaffirmed its jurisdiction. India's response that it declared the court illegal and refused to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, here is what is to note, that when a state loses the legal argument and responds by disavowing the court, the state has confessed its own guilt. And then what to note is the Article 62 of the Vienna Convention, which states that political tensions, including terrorism, do not constitute a fundamental change of circumstances that alters the treaty's water-sharing purpose. And I think this was said most clearly by the International Court of Justice in its 1997 Gabčíkovo-Novomoroš judgment on the rights to waters of the Danube between Hungary and Slovakia. If you'll put on the previous slide, please. Pichli slide pe le jaye. Yeah. So this is actually a very relevant case, the Gabčíkovo-Novomoroš judgment, because it almost maps precisely what is Pakistan's case. But it's not just this case. There's also the UN Waters Convention of 1997, which mandates equitable and reasonable utilization and no significant harm. India's weaponization of water could also amount to collective punishment against international humanitarian law. It is prohibited under the Geneva Conventions, and the threat of mass starvation. That's why the words are important, because the threat of mass starvation is potentially a crime against humanity under the Rome Statute. The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Ishaq Dar, said recently that 17 projects by India in the Indus River system would give New Delhi the tools for hydrohegemony. So Pakistan's case is made. The verdict, under any honest reading of international law, is already written. India stands condemned. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to go beyond the legal, because the law ultimately is the floor of our obligations to one another. It is not the ceiling. India putting the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance is not attacking merely a document. It is not attacking a bureaucratic arrangement, which you can say the Indus Waters Commission is a bureaucratic arrangement. What India is attacking is a living basin of rivers upon which 200 million Pakistanis depend for their lives. So these are not abstract statistics. These are farmers in Punjab whose wheat feeds a nation. These are mothers in Sindh whose children drink from channels fed by Himalayan rivers miles away. These are fishermen whose entire livelihood is built around the river. The great Yale professor, James Scott, wrote last year in a book that he published that rivers on a long view are alive. They are born, they change, they shift their channels, they forge new routes to the sea, they move both gradually and violently, they can teem with life, they may die a quasi-natural death, they are frequently maimed and even murdered. Maimed and murdered. I do not think Professor Scott used those words lightly. And what we have seen in the same year that he published his book, that when India threatens to throttle the Indus system, it does not merely violate a treaty, it is a murder threat. By murdering a river basin, India's armed hand transgresses into millions of Pakistani houses and pulls the trigger. The Cambridge scholar Robert Macfarlane also argues that rivers are alive. And he cites Canada, where rivers have been recognized legally as living beings. But the case that is, I think, most intriguing was the 2017 Te Awa Tupua Act in New Zealand, which recognized the Wanganui River as not only alive, but a legal person, giving it the same legal standing as citizen. Professor McFarlane insists that we stop using the word "it" for rivers, because he believes that that mode of address reduces rivers to the status of objects and mere stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indus is not stuff. The Chenab is not stuff. The Jhelum is not stuff. The rivers of the Indian basin are not stuff. They are the soul of our soil. So I address and conclude by calling upon the citizens of the world who believe in international law. Pakistan calls upon the international community that every state that has signed the UN Charter, every institution that claims to uphold the law of nations, to act, and to act by holding India accountable. Let the believers in international law uphold and defend the principle that water cannot be weaponized, that water treaties cannot be dissolved by the stronger party because the mood suits them, that 200 million Pakistani lives are not bargaining chips. The Indus has flowed for 10,000 years. It has nurtured the Indus Valley civilization, which is one of the oldest and most sophisticated human societies ever to grace the earth. The Indus Valley civilization came into being and flourished long before Delhi or any other capital existed. So Professor Scott understood something that India's warmongers do not. A river is not a pipe. You cannot turn it on and off as political theater demands. And as Mr. Sufi told us so ably, there are no titles to rivers. The Indus Basin rivers do not belong to India. The rivers belong to the millions of lives they sustain, and not just human life. Our understanding of rivers must expand to encompass their entirety and the deep geology, from tributaries, wetlands, floodplains, backwaters, eddies, marshlands, Sindh's mangroves, to the entire assemblage of life forms, the fish and the silt and the reed beds and the migratory beds dependent upon the rivers for their existence. Ladies and gentlemen, India cannot put any river in abeyance. It cannot hold water hostage. It cannot starve its civilization into compliance. It cannot rivers as weapons, because the Indus and the Jhelum and the Chenab are alive. And India is trying to kill these living beings. And Pakistan has decided, we will protect our rivers. We will protect life and civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah built a nation on this soil. But our rivers have written, are writing this moment, and will write this soil's autobiography with their flow. So I urge the world, let them flow. Our people and their armed forces have defended this soil in 4 wars. We will fight hegemony in all forms, hydro or otherwise. And we will fight this war on this soil if need be, but we seek peace. And we will take our case in the international courts and councils. We will take our case for water and life in the court of world opinion. And we will take our case for water and life to the souls of conscientious citizens everywhere, until weaponization of water is condemned and outlawed, international law is restored, and justice flows as freely as the rivers that nurture the Indus civilization. Let them flow. Thank you very much. Pakistan Paindawad.
This is Umar Khalibat from Pakistan TV. I'm joining you all from the Jinnah Convention Center with Sana Maqbool. Of course, we are covering the international seminar that is being held today on the Indus Waters Treaty as an instrument of peace and regional stability. It's a very important day. You've just been watching Khurram Dastagir Khan Saab, former Minister for Defence and Foreign Affairs, talking to the public, the esteemed public that is here from across the world to discuss the importance of the Indus Waters Treaty and how India is putting it into abeyance. Sana, when we look at the whole scenario, at least till now, what are the important takeaways that you feel the public has lapped up, or what has been understood, at least by those who did not understand the importance of a treaty such as the Indus Waters one?
I think the first session has really
आज मेरा मौक़िफ़ है कि भारत ने पानी को एक हथियार के तौर पर इस्तेमाल किया। साबिक़ वफाकी वज़ीर खुर्रम दस्तगीर खान बैनुल-अक़वामी सेमिनार से ख़िताब कर रहे थे। इस्लामाबाद में सेंतास मुआहदे पर बैनुल-अक़वामी सेमिनार का इनेकाद किया गया है, जिससे गैर मुल्की मंदुबीन और माहिरीन ने भी ख़िताब किया। और इस मौके पर खुर्रम दस्तगीर खान की जानिब से ख़िताब में कहा गया कि सेंतास मुआहदे की मुअत्तली कानूनी एतबार से मनफी है। वक्त हुआ एक ब्रेक का, हमारे साथ रहिए।
अब आया
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Yesterday, I was doing a press talk, and I told the crisis in the life of a man in Pakistan. A man, a farmer, farming for about 7 to 8 generations, got devastated over the past 15 years. His name is Iqbal Solangi. He was a farmer. He got wiped out in the floods of 2010. He barely survived and came back to his farmland and got wiped out again in 2012. He left the farm for a while, tried to put food on the table for his children, and came back to farming once the water went down. And he was hit again in 2022. One flood after the other, his life got devastated. Stock was washed away, his house was washed away, his children's schools was washed away, his family was displaced. And he finally gave up on farming and probably does some labor work somewhere in Karachi. Generations of farming lost to water. But what I didn't say yesterday is that Iqbal Solangi is not alone in this universe. If you look at the Bangladeshi farmers who wait for the water to flow, and if the water doesn't flow, then the fisherman starves and the farmer cannot farm. Same story. In Sahil, at Sahil, a woman walks about 4 miles one way to get 1 bucket of water every day. And she is to walk 4 miles because the river that flew next to her village has pulled back. And has pulled back because someone upstream has stopped the flow of the water. Every day she walks 4 miles to get 1 bucket of water to bring back to her children. This is what she did yesterday. This is what she's doing today. And this is what she would be doing tomorrow. This is not a crisis in her life. This is her life. This is her life. And the Niles and the Tigris marshes and the story of the once Aral Sea. It's the same story. It's the exact same story of Iqbal Solangi. So not only is it the story of 120 million people in Pakistan who depend upon the farmlands, but it's a global story in Africa, in Bangladesh, by the flows of Mekong, everywhere it is the same story. We look at this story either as floods or droughts. But what we don't look at it is that it's not just the story of floods or scarcity of water. It's the story of water that you do not control. The danger is not just too little water or too much water. The danger is that someone else who is not you controls the tap through which your water is going to flow. My dear friend, Mayor Shah, my colleague, he just showed you a graph. One day, the water flowing through Marala was 1,500 cusics. Then it became 78,000 cusics. And then it fell down to 1,500 cusics. And not one drop of rain to explain that. So the only thing that explains this phenomenon is that someone else, who is not Iqbal Solangi, has his hand on the tap that controls his water. And who pays? About 50% of our population depends upon agriculture. That's give or take 120 million people. 120 million people's livelihood depend upon this water. About a quarter of our GDP and 100% of our food security depends upon the flow of this water. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, this is neither a crisis of climate nor a crisis of water. This is a crisis of justice. And that's how we would like the world to see it. Solangi didn't build the dams. Solangi didn't break any treaty. Solangi didn't elect the man who controls the tap. And yet it's Solangi's life that gets devastated. This is the crisis of justice. And it's not just water tragedy. It's not just the water tragedy. I would like you to note that the same neighbor that controls this water flow or claims that it controls the water flows is the third largest polluter of the world, third largest. And let's make it simple. You pollute, greenhouse gases, temperatures rise, glaciers melt, downstream flooding. So the country that has created the furnace, which is burning the skies and burning the glaciers and affecting floods downstream, is the same country that then controls the tap, controls the flow of the water. Now, how just is that? You burn, you flood, and you know what that burning and flooding means for us? 6,000 people dead over the past 15 years. 6,000 people. 6,000 people haven't died in a single war. 19,000 people injured or disabled. And 40 million people displaced. 40 million, 40, larger than most countries in Europe. Displaced for months, for 6 months. And if they're displaced for 3 months, 90 days, given our demography, 1.8 billion school days are lost. Imagine your child not going to school for 1 month. 1.8 billion school days lost. Because someone else decides when the water is going to flow and flood you. Someone else decides when the water is going to be stopped to the extent that your soil cracks because of dryness and is rendered useless forever. Someone else decides that. That is the crisis that we are talking about today. We have a treaty for this. We call it Indus Water Treaty, which is why we are all here today. When you want to test law, you test the law at its weakest point, not the strongest point. And this treaty is one of the strongest treaties of the world, not the weakest treaty. Let me say it again. If you want to test a policy or you want to test a law, you test it at its weakest point where it breaks to make sure that the justice is delivered. Now here, this is the strongest treaty the world has seen. It has survived 3 wars between 2 nuclear powers. If this treaty doesn't hold, ladies and gentlemen, no treaty in the world is worth the weight of the paper on which it's published. No world order post Second World War holds today if this treaty doesn't hold. Because the order that we created after the Second World War, it all came out of these treaties. So what is the value of a treaty if one powerful country, and we don't consider them powerful, but one powerful country one day gets up and says, the treaty, well, it may well be, but it doesn't apply to me. And I unilaterally put it in abeyance or suspend it or walk out of it. This is what previously led to genocides. This is why the world came together and weaved itself into these web of treaties. And one of the strongest treaties in the world, one country just gets up and says it doesn't hold anymore. I always pronounce it wrong, and I have my very dear friend Amar Bilal Sufi. We go way back to school days. So I'm going to, in his presence, pronounce it wrong. What is it? Pacta sunt servanda? The treaties must hold. So my view is, ladies and gentlemen, it is not that the treaty has been suspended or put in abeyance. It is simply that the treaty has been revealed. And that's all there is to it. The treaty has not been put in abeyance. The treaty has been revealed to the world. Our friends went to the court, we went to the court, and the court upheld their point of view. I mean, there have been court has given mixed judgments. Sometimes they favored us, sometimes they favored our neighboring countries, and everyone said, all right, we'll go with whatever the international courts are saying. Now here the court passed a judgment and put limits on the technical design, on the flow of water, put natural limits and decided this is how it's going to be organized. No one country can unilaterally decide what the design is going to be. No one country is going to decide how they're going to stop the flow of water from one country to another. And guess what? Country got up and said, I don't accept the jurisdiction. I don't accept the jurisdiction? So what is the jurisdiction of international courts of justice? None. So does it mean tomorrow anyone can get up, any nuclear state can get up and say, hell be upon you, I don't accept your jurisdiction, I don't accept the world order, I don't accept treaties, I don't accept rights, I don't accept justice. I just don't accept. So, ladies and gentlemen, to me, treaty has been revealed. And in that, all treaties of the world have been revealed. So this is not a message for us. We can take care of ourselves as we have seen. No one can stop our water. But what about the rest of the world? If this precedent has been set, and if the new world order is in accordance with this new precedent, then what about the rest of the world, is my question. The water that flows through the Netherlands is French water, is Swiss water, and is German water before it becomes the Dutch water. So what about that? Water that goes to Portugal is Spain's water. What about that? So essentially, this new order that is being proposed is that no downstream country in the world has any water rights. This is not Pakistan's case. This is the case and test for water rights for all downstream billions and billions and billions of people who live downstream. The decision whether they're going to have, as our neighbors say, a drop of water flow through their country. That's the test that we're putting to the table today. Whether it's Hungarian Tietsa, which was poisoned in another country, or it's Niles, or it's Dunabe, which goes through 19 different countries. Every country is downstream of some other country. So no country in the world after this has any rights to water. And no recourse either. Because any country can get up and say, I don't accept the jurisdiction. I do not accept the jurisdiction of this court. So this is a question that I put in front of all of you. Every other element of the world, you have organizations and laws that govern trade. You have organizations and laws that control nuclear proliferation. And you have no laws for water. You have no laws for agriculture, for food, for drinking water. What are you going to trade? What laws? So what am I urging us to do in our togetherness, all of the international experts today? No more declarations. It's tiring to go to these United Nations fora and come up with one declaration, non-binding declaration after another. There must be a covenant which has political consequences, which has economic consequences, which has diplomatic consequences. So rise now or hold your peace forever. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Yesterday, I was doing a press talk, and I told the crisis in the life of a man in Pakistan. A man, a farmer, farming for about 7 to 8 generations, got devastated over the past 15 years. His name is Iqbal Solangi. He was a farmer. He got wiped out in the floods of 2010. He barely survived and came back to his farmland and got wiped out again in 2012. He left the farm for a while, tried to put food on the table for his children, and came back to farming once the water went down. And he was hit again in 2022. One flood after the other, his life got devastated. Stock was washed away, his house was washed away, his children's schools was washed away, his family was displaced. And he finally gave up on farming and probably does some labor work somewhere in Karachi.
Foreign Minister of Pakistan, he befittingly represented Pakistan at the United Nations, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and numerous other international forums, advocating dialogue, multilateralism, and regional cooperation, and was greatly recognized for his endeavors to promote peace, cooperation, and connectivity in South Asia and beyond. His address will examine the contemporary challenges confronting the treaty and also the importance of sustained diplomatic engagement. Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, we are honored to welcome you. Let's come.
Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a grave hour. We meet at a time when the world has been reminded that a waterway is not merely geography. It is power, it is commerce, it is food, it is fuel, it is life. The world saw the Strait of Hormuz become the center of confrontation between Iran and the United States. It saw the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding announced with Pakistan's mediation try to reopen that artery of global economy and halt a wide descent into war. The United States and Iran agreed to cease hostilities and reopen the strait, through which roughly 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas normally transits. What was the closing of Hormuz? Let us call it by its name. It was the weaponization of a waterway. It was the conversion of a maritime passage into an instrument of compulsion. It was an economic weapon deployed not by mushroom cloud, but by blockade, fear, insurance premiums, empty tankers, rising prices, and trembling markets. Just as no ceasefire and no peace can be achieved between the United States and Iran with the Strait of Hormuz shut, similarly, how can any ceasefire between India and Pakistan hold without the Indus Water Treaty being restored? From Hormuz, we must turn to the Indus, because what is true of the Strait of Hormuz is true with even greater intimacy and greater cruelty of the Indus Basin. A strait may carry the oil of nations. The Indus carries the life of nations. India had announced its intention to abandon the Indus Waters Treaty as part of their unjustified assault on Pakistan last summer. It is a war that is internationally recognized as one that India lost. Even India's greatest allies can't help but marvel at the number of planes downed by Pakistan. Pakistan, emerging victorious from this David versus Goliath scale conflict, has reshaped the geopolitics of the region. The concept of propping up India as a net security provider in the region has been abandoned, and the world has moved on. However, I must caution, while Pakistan has stuck to the ceasefire, which were to be discussed, whereas Pakistan has stuck to the terms of the ceasefire, India has not. There were clear and explicit terms of the ceasefire which were to be discussed at a meeting in a neutral location where all friction points were to be addressed. We were to return to the status ante in the meantime, which would of course include India returning to its obligations under the Indus Waters Treaty prior to this dispute. It has not. Therefore, a year on, it is a legitimate question for Pakistan to answer. Do we still abide by a ceasefire that leaves far too many questions unanswered? Just as one could not imagine warring parties agreeing to a ceasefire, let alone peace, without a free-flowing Strait of Hormuz, how can Pakistan be expected to sustain a ceasefire when India continues to pose an existential threat? Let there be no ambiguity in Islamabad, in New Delhi, in Washington, in Beijing, in London, at the United Nations. This is not a technical dispute. This is not a clerical quarrel between commissioners. This is not a matter of paperwork, hydrology, or administrative abeyance. This is the weaponization of water. The Indus Water Treaty was not a favor given to Pakistan. It was a solemn international settlement. It was brokered in the shadow of partition because the rivers of Punjab and Sindh could not be left to the mercy of anger. The World Bank states plainly that the treaty allocates the western rivers, the Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, to Pakistan, and the eastern rivers to India, while allowing each side limited uses on rivers allocated to the other. So when India says it will place this treaty in abeyance, India is not merely suspending meetings. It is striking at an international compact that has survived wars, crises, mobilizations, and generations of hostility. And what is the Indus to Pakistan? It is not a river on a map. It is our bread, it is our cotton, it is our wheat, it is our fields of Sindh, our orchards of Punjab, our waters of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, our channels of Balochistan. It is our farmer at dawn. It is our mothers drawing water, our children eating roti, our worker in the mill, our prayer before the harvest. To cut the Indus is not to pressure a government, it is to threaten a people. Pakistan has over 200 million souls. No state, no prime minister, no army, no court, no parliament, no political party, and no generation has the right to stand silent while the lifeline of those souls is placed under the shadow of coercion. We must therefore speak with the seriousness that this situation demands. Pakistan must treat every step towards the strangulation of its waters as a national security assault, not merely a diplomatic irritant, not as a footnote in a foreign ministry brief, not as another file to be moved from one desk to another. It must be treated as an attack on the foundations of the state. That does not mean that Pakistan seeks war. We do not seek war. We have buried too many sons. We have seen too much blood in this region. We know the price of adventurism. We know the tragedy of miscalculation. But peace is not surrender. Restraint is not paralysis. Diplomacy is not silence. And patience is not permission. If India wants the world to take its threats seriously, Pakistan must compel the world to take our survival seriously. Our message must be clear. Any move to block, divert, manipulate, or potentially politically control Pakistan's rightful waters will not be treated as routine engineering. Every survey, every tender, every canal proposal, every dam design, every concrete step towards changing the flow guaranteed to Pakistan must be treated as a strategic warning signal. It must trigger a whole of the state response, legal, diplomatic, economical, political, informational, national security preparedness, and even military response. Pakistan should not allow India to climb the ladder of coercion while we remain trapped at the bottom, issuing statements of concern that says the final strangulation of water is an existential threat, cannot remain silent when the strangulation is prepared, financed, designed, tendered, and normalized. A nation does not wake up only when the riverbed is dry. A nation wakes up when the first stone is moved to dam our future. It is only rational to ask, what are we doing in terms of military preparedness as India continues to pursue her stated path? But let me also say this. Pakistan must not make a single move that concedes India's illegal position. We must not behave as though India's decision is fait accompli. We must not build policy on the assumption that the treaty is dead. We must not rush to create downstream substitute dams in a way that tells the world India has succeeded, now Pakistan is adjusting. Or give the impression that we were victorious on the battlefield but have surrendered on the banks of the river. No. Pakistan's position must remain immovable. The treaty lives. India's obligations are live. Pakistan's rights live. The Indus does not become India's instrument because India has discovered the language of abeyance. Projects and dams already approved before India's unilateral decision should continue on their own merit. Pakistan must complete what Pakistan has already planned. We must strengthen our dams, reservoirs, barrages, canals, and flood management systems because Pakistan needs water security regardless of India's aggression. But let us be precise. There is a difference between strengthening Pakistan and accepting India's blackmail. There is a difference between national resilience and diplomatic surrender. There is a difference between preparing for scarcity and legitimizing theft. We must move on a war footing for water conservation, of course. We must modernize irrigation. We must reduce waste in canals. We must invest in drip irrigation, smart agriculture, lining where needed, telemetering, groundwater regulation, recycling, and urban water discipline. We must make every drop count, not because India has a right to steal our water, but because Pakistan has a duty to respect its own future. We must explore every source outside the scope of the treaty. Desalination of our coasts, water recycling for our cities, climate-resilient water storage, regional water cooperation, and even the long-term feasibility of bringing water from Central Asia through negotiated corridors and sovereign agreements. Let engineers dream, let planners calculate, let diplomats negotiate, and let the state act with imagination. But do not confuse resilience with retreat. The Indus Water Treaty must be defended in every forum: the World Bank, the United Nations, international courts, and arbitrary bodies, friendly capitals, Muslim capitals, Western capitals, African capitals, and Asian capitals. Pakistan must internationalize the principle, not merely the grievance, because the world now needs new law. International law has rules for sea. Straits used for international navigation are governed by transit passage principles, and ships and aircrafts enjoy a right of transit passage that shall not be impeded. International water law also rests on the equitable and reasonable utilization, prevention of significant harm, and prior notification of measures that may adversely affect other states' sharing of water courses. International humanitarian law recognizes that water installation and irrigation systems are indispensable for civilian survival. And the ICRC has warned that the deprivation of water as a method of warfare is strictly prohibited. Yet the age we are entering demands more. We need a new international convention against the weaponization of waterways. It must apply to maritime choke points like Hormuz, to transboundary rivers like the Indus. It must prohibit the use of civilian water dependency as a coercive instrument. It must create emergency injunctions against unilateral treaty suspensions. It must impose automatic international scrutiny on projects that threaten downstream survival. It must recognize that in a climate-stressed century, water coercion is not merely unfriendly conduct. It is aggression by other means. The 20th century feared the bomb, so the 21st century must also fear the faucet controlled by a hostile hand. And to our Indian neighbors, I say this: you cannot build greatness on the thirst of another people. You cannot call yourself a civilization while threatening another civilization's river. You cannot speak of democracy while placing millions under hydrological siege. You cannot invoke development while turning water into a weapon. The Indus is older than both our flags. It has seen empires come and go. It has seen kings, colonizers, conquerors, generals, viceroys, prime ministers, and presidents. They all passed. The river remained, and Pakistan will remain. We must understand the nature of the conflict before us. It is not confined to one front. It is not only a matter of borders. Pakistan is being targeted through proxies, then both our flags. It has seen empires come and go. It has seen kings, colonizers, conquerors, generals, viceroys, prime ministers, and presidents. They all passed. The river remained, and Pakistan will remain. We must understand the nature of the conflict before us. It is not confined to one front. It is not only a matter of borders. Pakistan is being targeted through proxies, through propaganda, through economic pressures, through attempts at diplomatic isolation, through hybrid warfare, through the politics of fear, and now through the politics of water. This is war by other means. When a state seeks to isolate you, destabilize you, blame you, bleed you, then threaten the river that sustains your people, you are already in a war of national survival. Whether the guns are firing every day or not, the only test is not the only test of war. The test is whether the life of the nation is being targeted. And today, the life of the nation is being targeted. So let us rise above party, above province, above faction, above the petty quarrels that have so often weakened us. The Indus does not belong to one government. It does not belong to one party. It does not belong to one province. It belongs to Pakistan. It belongs to history. Let there be unity in Parliament. Let there be clarity at GHQ. Let there be resolve in the Foreign Office. Let there be urgency across government. Let there be science in our university. Let there be sacrifice in our politics. And let there be discipline in our people. We do not ask for charity. We demand law. We do not ask for sympathy. We demand justice. We do not ask for permission to live. We assert our right to life. Pakistan must say to the world, the Indus cannot be held hostage. The treaty cannot be suspended by arrogance. The river cannot be turned into a weapon. The thirst of children cannot become the policy of a neighboring state. And Pakistan must say to India, do not mistake our divisions for weakness. Do not mistake our restraint for fear. Do not mistake our appeal to law for lack of resolve. We have survived partition. We have survived war. We have survived terror. We have survived floods. We have survived dictatorships, sanctions, conspiracies, and betrayals, and we are still here. The Indus made us patient. The Indus made us fertile. And the Indus made us stubborn. And if anyone believes that Pakistan will surrender the Sindhu, they do not know Pakistan. They do not know Sindh. They do not know Punjab. They do not know Balochistan. They do not know Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They do not know Kashmir or Gilgit-Baltistan. They do not know the people who have lived by these rivers for thousands and thousands of years. We want peace, but peace with dignity. We want dialogue, but dialogue under law. We want coexistence, but not submission. So from this seminar, from this city, from this moment, let a message go forth. Pakistan will defend its water, its people, its treaty, its sovereignty, and its future. The world should not pretend that the strangulation of the Indus is a technical dispute. It is in public literature on Pakistan's deterrence posture. Economic strangulation has long been treated as one of the gravest thresholds, and stopping the Indus has been understood as falling within this category. Therefore, when India weaponizes water, it is not merely violating a treaty, it is pushing South Asia towards the edge of strategic catastrophe. If we see an attack on our rivers as a military assault, we must respond militarily as well. Pakistan should escalate militarily at the tendering stage, mobilize at the construction stage, and proceed to conventional conflict. And if all else fails, our waters are truly cut off. The Indus is not negotiable. The Sindhu is not for surrender. Let the world understand the danger of what India has done. No power, however large, however arrogant, however intoxicated, could impose an existential defeat upon Pakistan. And what is more existential than water? A nation may survive sanctions. A nation may survive isolation. A nation may survive diplomatic pressures. But no nation can survive the deliberate strangulation of its rivers that feeds its fields, its children, and its future. This is why the Indus cannot be treated as an ordinary dispute. This is why the suspension of the Indus water treaties cannot be treated as diplomatic theater. This is why every capital in the world must understand the weaponization of the Indus is not a bureaucratic act, it is a strategic act. Pakistan has never hidden from the world that economic strangulation is among the greatest threats to its survival. Therefore, India must not be allowed to believe that it can climb step by step towards water strangulation while the world yawns, while institutions debate vocabulary, while diplomats search for softer phrases, and while Pakistan is expected to remain quiet until the riverbed is dry. No. A nation does not defend its life only at the final moment. A nation defends its life at the first warning. Every move towards coercive control of Pakistan's waters must be understood as an escalation in a national security crisis. Every declaration, every project, every administrative step, every attempt to normalize unilateral control over flows guaranteed to Pakistan must be answered with seriousness, unity, preparedness, and the full force of sovereign resolve. We do not seek war, but we will not accept slow motion aggression. We do not seek catastrophe, but we will not allow catastrophe to be prepared in the language of engineering. We do not seek confrontation, but no one should mistake restraint for surrender. The purpose of deterrent is to prevent disaster, not to invite it. But deterrence collapses when red lines are blurred, when existential threats are minimized, when aggressors are allowed to test the patience of nations, drop by drop, brick by brick, canal by canal, and dam by dam. So Pakistan must speak clearly. The Indus is not a pressure point. The Indus is not a bargaining chip. The Indus is not a weapon to be placed in India's hands. The Indus is a lifeline of Pakistan. And any attempt to turn that lifeline into a noose must be treated as a threat to the survival of our state. This is the message that Pakistan must deliver to India. This is the message that Pakistan must deliver to the world, not in panic, not in hysteria, not in recklessness, but with the cold clarity of a people who know what is at stake. Because peace in South Asia will not be preserved by pretending water coercion is harmless. Peace will be preserved only when India understands that the rivers of Pakistan cannot be touched without shaking the foundations of regional stability. The world has learned to fear the missiles. It must now learn the fear of the weaponization of water. The 21st century may live under the shadow of water strangulation. And if the international community does not build new law against the weaponization of waterways, then every river, every strait, every canal, every maritime artery, every downstream nation will one day become hostage to the ambitions of an upstream power. Pakistan must therefore lead the argument, not as a beggar, not as a victim, not as a state pleading for sympathy, warning the world that the path India has opened is a path towards catastrophe. The treaty lives, Pakistan's rights live, the Sindhu lives, and Pakistan will not surrender the Sindhu. If the entire water supply of a country is cut off, what is that except destruction of a nation by other means? Water strangulation destroys them by thirst, hunger, crop failure, disease, migration, and social collapse. The mushroom cloud appears in one instant. The dead river kills in slow motion. But the strategic meaning is the same. The life of the nation is being attacked. Therefore, Pakistan must not allow the world to hide behind technical language. India will call it a treaty dispute. India will call it administrative abeyance. India will call it hydropower. India will call it development. India will call it a canal, a tender, a study, a survey, an engineering decision. No. A tender is not merely a tender when it is attached to the strangulation of a people. A dam is not merely a dam when it is built on the throat of a nation. A canal is not merely a canal when it proposes to convert Pakistan's lifeline into India's lever of coercion. Pakistan has publicly described attempts to stop or divert its rightful use of water as an act of war. Then let us draw the necessary conclusion. If the final act, the cutting off of Pakistan's waters, is an existential assault, then the steps leading up to that final act cannot be treated as routine. The road to catastrophe is not innocent merely because the catastrophe has not yet arrived. The enemy does not become dangerous only when the last gate is shut. He becomes dangerous when he surveys the site, when he funds the design, awards the tender, pours the concrete, and normalizes the right to decide whether Pakistanis shall drink or not. A nation that waits until the riverbed is dry has waited too long. That is why Pakistan's response must be graduated, visible, and sovereign. India must be made to understand that there is no cost-free climb up the ladder of water coercion. Every step towards the weaponization of the Indus must produce a corresponding elevation in Pakistan's national response: political, diplomatic, legal, economic, informational, defensive, and strategic. We do not seek war, but we must recognize war when it is being prepared against us. It is reckless to tell India that it may keep advancing towards Pakistan's existential threshold while Pakistan remains confined to press releases and appeals for understanding. Deterrence fails when red lines become academic. Deterrence fails when adversaries believe he can move step by step, brick by brick, file by file, until the unthinkable becomes normal. Deterrence survives only when the adversary understands that every movement toward the red line carries consequence, risk, and national resistance. This is not a call for panic. This is a call for seriousness. This is not a call for adventurism. It is a call for clarity. This is not a call for Pakistan to abandon law. It is a call for Pakistan to make law, diplomacy, preparedness, and deterrence speak in one voice. India placed the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance as part of Operation Sindhu. Pakistan has treated the suspension as unlawful while preparing legal action and warning that waters diversions would be an act of war. So let the world hear this from Pakistan. We will not allow India to redefine aggression as engineering. We will not allow India to redefine coercion as development. We will not allow India to redefine treaty violation as national security. And we will not allow India to place its hand on the throat of the Indus and then ask Pakistan to behave as though nothing strategic has happened. The Indus is not an ordinary river. It is the civilizational artery of Pakistan. It feeds our fields. It sustains our cities, powers our economy, and binds our federation. To threaten the Indus is to threaten Pakistan itself. And when Pakistan itself is threatened, Pakistan must respond as a state whose survival is at stake. Not tomorrow, not after the last drop, not after the world has held 20 conferences and issued 30 statements of concern. Pakistan must respond at the beginning of escalation, because that is where deterrence either succeeds or dies. The message to India must be unmistakable. You cannot suspend the treaty and expect normal relations. You cannot prepare structures of coercion and expect strategic quiet. You cannot turn water into weapon and expect Pakistan to treat it as paperwork. You cannot march towards an existential threshold and demand that Pakistan remain diplomatically polite. The world has just seen what happens when a waterway becomes a weapon. The Strait of Hormuz is called an artery of the global economy because energy flows through it. The Indus is more than that. It is an artery of national survival. If the closure of Hormuz can shake markets, then the strangulation of the Indus can shake region. That is why the world needs new international law against the weaponization of water. Whether it is a strait, a canal, a river, or a basin, a waterway that sustains civilians must not be converted into a weapon. The law must recognize that in the age of climate stress, water aggression is as destabilizing as military aggression. Pakistan must lead that argument, but Pakistan must also understand that law without power is a petition. Power without law is chaos. We need both. We need the legal case, the diplomatic case, the humanitarian case, the climate case, and the deterrence case. Above all, we need national unity. The Indus belongs to the farmer of Sindh, the grower of Punjab, the worker of Karachi, the family of Balochistan, the mountains of Pakhtunkhwa, and is the future of every Pakistani child. We build resilience because Pakistan must be strong, not because India has the right to steal. We preserve water because our future demands wisdom, not because we accept blackmail. We prepare for scarcity.
Southwest.
Deterrence begins when the adversary first moves towards the strangulation of a nation. If total water denial is an existential threat, then the path towards total water denial is not innocent. A survey, a tender, a canal, a dam, a diversion, a legal fiction called abeyance, each must be treated not as paperwork, but as movement towards that strategic threshold. Pakistan must make the world understand that the Indus is not a bargaining chip. It is the bloodstream of our republic. To threaten it is to threaten the survival of our state. And when survival is threatened, all instruments of national power become relevant. Diplomacy, law, economy, public mobilization, defense preparedness, and strategic deterrence. We are not discussing irrigation. We are discussing coercion. We are not discussing canals. We are discussing the deliberate manufacture of famine, migration, economic collapse, and national paralysis. A weaponized river can destroy a country in slow motion. The life of a people is under attack. Therefore, India must be told clearly, do not climb this ladder and imagine that Pakistan will remain at the bottom. Do not move brick by brick towards our strangulation and expect only memoranda from Islamabad. Do not mistake Pakistan's appeal for international law for strategic helplessness. We seek peace but not surrender. We seek law but not helplessness. We seek restraint but not national suicide. The Sindhu is not India's weapon. The Sindhu is Pakistan's lifeline, and any attempt to turn that lifeline into a noose must be answered with the full seriousness of a nation defending its existence. The Indus is not merely an artery of Pakistan's economy. It is the bloodstream of Pakistan itself. The Indus is not a river on the map. The Indus is Pakistan in motion. And therefore, India places Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance when India threatens to divert waters that sustain Pakistan. When Indian ministers speak of taking water that flows to Pakistan and sending it elsewhere. This is not paperwork. This is not engineering. This is not administration. This is the weaponization of water. Let no one in New Delhi, Islamabad, Washington, Beijing, London, Riyadh, Tehran, and the United Nations pretend that this is a normal dispute. Pakistan has said that any attempt to divert the flow of water belonging to Pakistan is an act of war. The phrase act of war must not be uttered casually, but once uttered, it must not be hollow. If water strangulation is an act of war, then steps towards water strangulation cannot be treated as acts of peace. If the final cutting off of Pakistan's water would be an existential assault, then the road to that assault is not innocent. The survey is not innocent. The tender is not innocent. The canal is not innocent. The dam is not innocent. The legal fiction of abeyance is not innocent. A noose does not become dangerous only when the neck is broken. It becomes dangerous when it is tied. Therefore, let us say clearly what others are afraid to say. To cut off the waters of Pakistan is to place Pakistan under strategic attack. If the life of the nation is under assault, then Pakistan cannot wait until the riverbed is dry before it wakes up. A state that waits for the last drop has already surrendered the first principle of deterrence. Deterrence is not a speech after defeat. Deterrence is a warning that prevents defeat. So the argument before Pakistan is simple. Every Indian step towards coercive control of Pakistan's waters must be treated as strategic escalation. Every legal fiction, every engineering project, every attempt to normalize unilateral power over Pakistan's lifeline must be answered by corresponding elevation and escalation in Pakistan's national security posture. Not hysteria, not adventurism, not empty shouting, but seriousness. Visible seriousness, sovereign seriousness. India must not be allowed to climb the ladder of water coercion while Pakistan is kept at the bottom, issuing press releases. India must not be allowed to move brick by brick towards our strangulation where the world calls for restraint only from the victim. India must not be allowed to convert hydrology into hostility and then hide behind the vocabulary of development. A dam is not merely a dam when it is built on the throat of a nation. A canal is not merely a canal when it is designed to make a people thirsty. A treaty violation is not merely a treaty violation when the treaty protects the lifeline of more than 200 million people. Let the world hear this. Pakistan does not seek war, but Pakistan must recognize when war is being prepared against us. We do not seek confrontation, but we will not accept national suicide as the price of appearing reasonable. The international community must stop treating water aggression as a lesser form of aggression. Whether it is the Strait of Hormuz, the Suez Canal, the Panama Canal, the Nile, the Tigris, the Euphrates, or the Indus, waterways that sustain civilian life and global stability cannot be turned into weapons of coercion. There must be a new international convention against the weaponization of waterways, a convention that says no state may use civilian water dependence as a weapon, a convention that says no upstream power may hold a downstream people hostage, a convention that says no maritime checkpoint may be closed to blackmail, a convention that says water is not a weapon, a convention that says thirst is not diplomacy, a convention that says famine is not statecraft. We must take the climate case to every summit. We must take the diplomatic case to every capital. And Pakistan must make the deterrence case to every strategist who thinks South Asia can survive casual experiments with the Indus. The treaty lives, Pakistan's rights live, the Indus lives. Projects already approved before India's unilateral actions, our reservoirs, our dams, our barrages, our flood systems, our canals, our capacity stores, all must be strengthened because Pakistan needs water security. We are strengthening Pakistan because we have a duty to survive. Resilience is not surrender. Preparedness is not acceptance. Conversion is not concession. Pakistan must prepare for scarcity without legitimizing strangulation. And let us be honest about the wider war being waged against Pakistan. This is not only a water dispute. This is one front in a broader campaign. Pressure at the borders, proxy violence, propaganda, failed attempts at diplomatic isolation, economic coercion, hybrid warfare, and now the threat of hydrological coercion. This is a war by other means. A bullet is not the only weapon. A blockade is a weapon, a sanction can be a weapon, a lie can be a weapon, a proxy can be a weapon, a river can be made into a weapon. And when the river is the Indus, the weapon is aimed at the heart of Pakistan. So let us rise above party, above province, above faction, above the smallness that has too often made Pakistan vulnerable. We do not ask for charity, we demand law. Pakistan was not created to accept thirst as our destiny. The Indus is older than both our flags. It has seen empires come and go. They have all passed. The river remains. Pakistan will remain. The Indus is not negotiable. The Sindhu is not for surrender. Marsu, Marsu, Sindhu na desu. Thank you.
Dr. Victor Gao, who's the Vice President, Center for China and Globalization, Beijing, and who's been honorably introduced already.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to come to Islamabad again to attend today's IW.
Now, may I invite, I think my first panelist is going to be Dr. Victor Gao, who's the Vice President, Center for China and Globalization, Beijing, and who's been honorably introduced already.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to come to Islamabad again to attend today's IWT seminar. You may remember about 1 year ago, in May and June 2025, when India started to threaten to stop the flow of water in the Indus River to Pakistan, when the Indian Prime Minister Modi started to threaten not to allow a single drop of water to flow from the Indus River to Pakistan. I was interviewed by a major Indian television, and I declared, in times of peace, to threaten to stop the flow of water to the downstream country, where hundreds of millions would depend on the water, it will be a crime against humanity. In times of war, if you stop the flow of water to the hundreds of millions of people in the downstream region, it will be a war crime. And I urged India not to do so. Further, I emphasized, strictly speaking, while Pakistan is the downstream country, India is not exactly the upstream nation. You know, the Indus rivers and many of the tributaries actually flow from the Himalayas. And I emphasized, don't do unto others what you don't want others to do unto you. The anchor asked me, are you threatening India? I said, no, I'm not threatening India. This wise saying, don't do unto others what you don't want others to do unto you, was said by Confucius about 2,500 years ago. It has been generally accepted as wisdom by the Chinese nation. So I said, allow me to repeat this 3 times for your benefit. So I repeated it for another 3 times. And I want to say that again to India. Don't do unto others what you don't want others to do unto you, because strictly speaking, as far as Indus River is concerned, India is not exactly the upstream country. And China and Pakistan, fully respecting each other, can really do many things together to make sure the IWT clauses should be strictly abided by. I'm very much impressed today to hear all the good remarks, excellent speeches, very eloquent remarks made by many of the representatives, many of which I fully agree. Allow me to make several points of my own in my personal capacity. First of all, to deal with the violation of the IWT should be fully exposed and should be stopped as much as we can. In this sense, in my personal capacity, remarks made by many of the representatives, many of which I fully agree. Allow me to make several points of my own in my personal capacity. First of all, to deal with the violation of the IWT should be fully exposed and should be stopped as much as we can. In this sense, in my personal capacity, I want to fully support the positions taken by many of the Pakistani speakers. Secondly, as I mentioned, China and Pakistan should cooperate fully on this particular point. While the IWT itself should be fully protected, I think, theoretically speaking, we could also start to think about a trilateral agreement involving China, India, and Pakistan the three countries constituting the real upstream country, the midstream country, and the downstream country, to make sure that the flow of the water should not be interrupted and should be better managed. Much of it has been reflected in the IWT clauses already. Thirdly, allow me to emphasize that I counted on my fingers, actually, there are about altogether 18 countries which depend on the water flown from rivers originating from what we call Qinghai Tibet Plateau. This is very significant. I understand up to today, there is no regional or international framework which would focus on this commonality of the water originating from the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. And the Indus River water is important in itself, but on a more general and macro framework, it's part of this commonality of the water originating from the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. So while the urgency is to deal with the violations of the IWT treaty itself, I think we should also spare time to think about whether all these countries together should think about and work together to come up with a framework so that common standards, common rules, regulations, and the best code of conduct should be introduced, not only between India and Pakistan, but also with many other countries. The 18 countries also not only exist here in the Indian subcontinent, which is the focus of our discussion today, but also exists in Southeast Asia as well as in Central Asia. I hope if we have a better code of conduct for all these 18 countries, and the rules of conduct should be endorsed and accepted by the United Nations, for example, and generally accepted by the international community. In that sense, I hope in the future, after this violation of the IWT will eventually be resolved, hopefully peacefully rather than violently, all the countries in this part of the world which depend on the water originating from the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau should live in greater peace. Now, please also allow me to make another additional point. I highly admire the good offices, the mediation done by the Pakistani government and the Pakistani people, led by Your Great Excellency, the Prime Minister, and the great Field Marshal, the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army. I hope they will continue to work in the right direction to make sure peace will prevail eventually between the United States and Iran. Now, someone talked about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Allow me to emphasize, as the President of Germany emphasized before, the Strait of Hormuz was open for navigation before the war against Iran started. So we need to address the issue which gave rise to the war against Iran, and we should work together to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz eventually will remain open for free navigation, and no country, for example, India, should be tolerated or allowed to deny the free flow of water in the Indus River to the hundreds of millions of people in Pakistan. Finally, I want to place a bet. If the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the Field Marshal of Pakistan continue to work in the right direction, I hope they will earn or share a Nobel Peace Prize. That's my best wish. To make the real final point, no one in this part of the world should second-guess China's commitment to defend the fundamental interest of Pakistan, especially including Pakistan's sovereignty and territorial integrity, And in the context of our meeting today, Pakistani people's right to the free flow of water in the Indus River. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Victor Gao, for reminding us of geography and the interest we have in preserving our natural resources for all of us and not to divide them in any way. The second speaker for the Defense University will be taking the podium.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's a matter of great honor for me to be here today speaking on this subject of great importance. If the slides, gentlemen, is with me, yes, thank you. A lot has already been said about the importance of the waters of Indus Basin, but let me tell you that it feeds into the world's largest contiguous irrigation network in South Asia, and which is primarily located in Pakistan. For Pakistan, needless to say, it is a complete civilizational ecosystem that supports the country's agriculture, economy, energy requirements, and broadly the larger sustainability. It is an ecosystem within which Pakistan lives and thrives. Hence, any intention of taking Pakistan's waters or any measures that are taken is a very, very serious threat to Pakistan's national security, and it constitutes the most vital national interest for us. Enough has already been said about it, but I will now take you. The origins of the treaty lay in an event. It did not happen through good faith alone. The event was that in 1948, April, incidentally, it was April again. Like in April 2025, India illegally, immorally held the treaty in abeyance and is still doing it. It was April 1948 when India for the first time stopped Pakistan's waters. The eastern rivers had some headworks which were feeding into the canals which were irrigating lands in Punjab. That water was stopped. And that was the trigger point from where the discourse and the discussion started, that an upper riparian cannot and should not do it. And it took 10 long years of negotiations. And it was negotiated under the auspices of international experts and the World Bank, fundamentally the World Bank, and in 1960 the treaty was signed in Karachi. And this treaty became a gold standard. This treaty even today is a gold standard. It is a treaty which was designed actually to prevent another layer of very serious conflict between the two countries. It was a treaty which was designed to protect a civilization. And it was a treaty which actually, somebody said it in the first session, it was a bargain between the eastern rivers and the western rivers. And the eastern rivers were given completely to India, and for right or wrong reasons, but that's how the treaty stands. So now the intention seems to have completely changed. We'll talk about it a little more. I'll just briefly, can you run the, there are basically 12 articles of the treaty. One, first of course, is the definitions, and second is the eastern rivers, which are all with India. The western rivers, which is the main question, it allots western rivers to Pakistan. India is allowed restricted use of water under strict limits. We'll talk about it, because we have to be real. We're in a real situation here. And then the replacement works, Pakistan was to build the replacement works for the eastern river canals. The eastern river canals were not being fed now from the eastern rivers, that is Ravi, Beas and Satluj. They were to be fed from the western rivers, and the link canals and the headworks and the entire system was created after this treaty was done. And a lot of financial help and support came from all over the world. And let me also tell you, at that time, let's not take everything away from what Mr. Modi is doing from the previous Indian administrations, because they upheld the treaty. Under difficult situations also, the treaty was upheld. So Indians also paid for replacement works, which was part of the treaty. apart from others. The financial provisions, we have already talked about fund replacement works in Pakistan. This was done by the World Bank, this is done by the United States, this is done by India also. And exchange of data, it has been violated. This is the first serious violation which has started a long time back. And this is a very serious question. Next, please. Permanent Indus Water Commission, they were to meet on a yearly basis. This is the main place where they were to talk to each other and resolve issues which used to come up on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. This is not happening. This is a serious violation of the treaty. It has not happened in May 2020 or April 2020. It was happening before that time. So the intention was very clear from the Indian side, or the malintention, so to say. So dispute settlement, it's a three-layered process. It has already been explained. First, it is to be negotiated by the Indus Water Commissions. If there's a problem, it is to be taken to the technical problem, neutral experts, and if the legal advice is to be taken, then the court of arbitration. India has run out from there as well, because they don't have a legal ground to stand on. Emergency provisions, those have already exhausted. That time is gone. That was to be done in 1965. And the general provisions, this is a very important provision. It does not impinge upon any territorial claims, because the waters that come to Pakistan mostly emanate from China, and the Tibetan plain, run through Indian-occupied Kashmir, which is a disputed territory. So by a very serious legal definition, India is not an upper riparian, and then they enter Pakistan from there. Obviously, that provision is a very important provision which we cannot ignore, and this is very important thing which, once somebody holds a treaty in abeyance or abrogates the treaty, would mean something more for Pakistan than just the waters. Final provision, of course, is a treaty cannot be modified without mutual agreement, and that India has already done. So, in my opinion, the treaty has been violated grossly. And it is one of the most serious national security threats that Pakistan has faced since its inception. Next, please. Now, this is what IWT allows to India. It allows domestic use of water on the western rivers. It allows non-consumptive use, that the water cannot be consumed beyond a certain limit. Hydro power generation through run-of-the-river projects with specific design constraints, which means India should not develop a system by which it can regulate the flow of waters according to its will and wish. That is the fundamental argument in this. And then IWT caps the cumulative storage of water over 3 western rivers. And this is 3.6 million acre-feet of water. And this is important to note. And while Chenab, IWT allows 1.7 million acre-feet of storage without disrupting the flows of waters. That is the caveat. So basically, the restrictions were designed to prevent India to manipulate the river flows against Pakistan. India is violating this. Consistently, it is moving in the direction where it can gain control over the flows. Next, please. Then the strategic rupture took place. It was happening by design. That was going on for quite some time. India used the statements you have already heard from various Indian ministers and the Prime Minister in the Indian intent of going away from the treaty. It was basically part of a strategy that India has adopted for the last 10 years. Let's not be mistaken. It is not an isolated incident. Pahalgam was used as a trigger. There is no evidence that Pahalgam was done by anybody. Even if it was done, it is to be treated in a very different way in the international system and bilateral between the two states. So it is, you have to see this abeyance in a larger construct, which is an indirect strategy which India has adopted, at least for the last 10 years, very openly. It is to isolate and weaken Pakistan. Part of this is the proxy wars which are happening in Pakistan. Part of it was economic thing, part of it was the narrative thing, the cognitive domain, put Pakistan in bad light around the world. So this was in the larger construct things were happening, and hence abeyance of this treaty. There were, however, important thing to note that there was a discussion in India before that also. There were two schools of thought. One was talking about that things have changed, climate change and demography and others, and therefore there has to be a cooperative model with Pakistan on which modification of the treaty is to be done. That model is not a bad model of discussion, but the other was, which was saying right from the start, that India, more water was given to Pakistan and this treaty has been unfair to India and all. But then the policy of Mr. Modi and his government to indirectly put pressure on Pakistan or directly put pressure on Pakistan, combine this with the state action. Quickly, what is the situation on the hydro infrastructure on the western rivers, which are the rivers of concern for Pakistan? Next, please. River Indus, there are two projects which have been completed. The third one is proposed, and these projects have minimal storage capacity and has a minimal impact on the water flows. So therefore, these projects, Pakistan has not really talked about these projects to anybody because these fall within the treaty system. Jhelum, there are 5 projects, out of which 4 projects have been completed. The 5th project is underway. The only project which bothered Pakistan is the Kishan Ganga Dam, which is restricting the flows to a Pakistani hydro project, which is Neelam Jhelum project. Otherwise, so far, the Indian capacity or the system that they have is not to interrupt with the flows of Jhelum waters. Next, please. The real concern, the real thing is Chenab. Most of the Indian hydropower projects are concentrated here. Currently, there are 4 projects which have combined capacity. These are operationalized projects, 4 projects. They have a combined capacity of 0.376 million acre feet of storage. There are 5 projects which are under construction, and by 2029, those will be completed. Chenab-Beas link canal will divert, now this is a very serious violation, divert waters from Chenab to Beas, which is from a western river to the eastern rivers. And India has planned another 13 projects beyond 2030 or 2035. And that is the serious concern that we are talking about. So quickly, the next slide, please. The impact assessment. This is the impact assessment. They've accelerated all their projects. The cascade integration. This is the serious thing. The projects on Chenab, I'm talking about the Chenab. But there are a number of projects on Chenab. If one water flow is managed at one, is released in a calibrated way to the other, is managed there, and so on and so forth, when it reaches Pakistan, you almost can have total control over the flow of the water. And you can release the water according to your wish and will, and can use it for coercion, which forms a very serious threat to Pakistan's national security. Next, please. So this is by about the second last slide I have very quickly. These are the 5-pillar strategy, in my humble opinion, that Pakistan should adopt. First is obviously IWT has to be kept alive at all costs. And therefore, all international legal discourses have to be fully activated. We have to remove dependence on Indian data. That does not take responsibility from India to not provide us data, but we have to become self-reliant also by creating a hydrological intelligence cell. And I repeat again, that does not mean that India is absolved of what India is doing, which is illegal and immoral by any stretch of imagination. But we need to create our own hydrological intelligence cell. Pakistan will be able to see early, plan early, and respond early. We have to build our internal buffers because all these have been discussed before. There are dams, there are headworks, which need to be now fast-tracked. Canal reforms, groundwater, I think Mr. Bilal Bhutto talked about it, and groundwater recharge. So this is not just the requirement because what India has done, this is the requirement of the scarcity of water and the climate change that is affecting waters in Pakistan. We have to also counter the panic. It is a serious situation, but it is not a situation of panic. We understand that what India can do with these rivers and what India cannot, what is technical leverage over Pakistan. And that must be corrected in the public communication also. Last but not the least, there are red lines, and that is red lines without reckless escalation. So, but India's question is to be deterred, and the crisis is to be controlled. And we have the means to do it. Next slide, please. Next, because this is going to be. These are the three fundamental things. It is a serious threat. The buildup of the Indians on the river Chenab is a serious threat to Pakistan's national security, goes without saying. Pakistan's strongest argument is not that India can dry our rivers. The strongest argument is that an upper riparian state is trying to convert a functioning water treaty into a political punishment tool. If this becomes a precedent, it will no longer be a problem of South Asia. I thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Now we'll turn on to our final speaker for this panel, Ms. Laurie A. Watkins, who's an author and global policy expert from the United States of America. And I believe she's also taking the podium.
I want to start with something I think we all know, but always don't say plainly. The Indus Waters Treaty is one of the genuine success stories of international diplomacy. It was built to do something extraordinarily hard: give two countries that have fought multiple wars a legal and technical framework for sharing something they both need to survive. And for over 60 years, it worked. What I've been asked to look at this afternoon is the broader picture: how river treaties around the world are designed to promote the Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, the ICPDR, spans 15 parties, including countries that were on opposite sides of the Cold War. Its legal foundation in the 1994 Danube River Protection Convention. And here's the telling detail. That convention includes a small dispute settlement mechanism. It has never once had to be used. Not because there are no tensions, there are, but because the technical working groups meet regularly, they share data, and resolve differences before they become political crises. That is exactly what institutional conflict prevention looks like when it's working. The Mekong tells a more cautionary story. Scholars studying that basin have found explicitly that withholding hydrological data can itself incite regional conflict, that controlling data becomes a political weapon. The Mekong River Commission established a formal data sharing procedures back in 2001, but implementation remained weak for years. It wasn't until 2020 that an agreement was reached with China to share river level data twice daily and year-round. The lesson is direct. When the flow of information stops, trust erodes, and the space for miscalculation grows. Pakistan has written to India 3 times, twice in 2025 and again in May of 2026, about abnormal and abrupt flow variations on the Chenab. That is not a procedural complaint. That is a downstream country losing visibility into what is happening upstream. The Mekong experience tells us exactly how dangerous that is. The Nile Basin Cooperative Framework Agreement, which finally entered into force in 2024, drew almost word for word on the 1997 UN Watercourses Convention, codifying the principle of equitable and reasonable use. the obligation not to cause significant harm, and mandatory data exchange. The Nile case shows us something important. Even when bilateral arrangements fracture, customary international law remains as the underlying framework. States cannot simply exit their obligations by declaring a treaty suspended. The law does not work that way. The 1997 UN Watercourses Convention is the authoritative global framework on shared rivers. Its core principles, equitable use, no significant harm, prior notification before major upstream actions, and regular data exchange. These are not just treaty obligations for the countries that signed it. They reflect customary international law, which is binding on all states regardless of signature. The International Court of Justice confirmed this in the Gabčekovo Nagy-Maros case, a dispute fittingly over suspended treaty on the Danube. The court held that customary water law obligations persist even when one party claims a treaty has been suspended. You cannot unilaterally walk away from the legal framework simply by announcing that you have. The Permanent Court of Arbitration, the PCA, made that directly relevant to the Indus Basin. In its June 2025 supplemental award, the court found that India's declaration of abeyance does not end the tribunal's jurisdiction. The treaty's dispute resolution architecture, the very machinery built to prevent escalation, continues to function. And in May of 2026, the court issued an award on the question of maximum pondage that substantively affirmed limits on upstream water control. India has rejected both. Supplemental award. The court found that India's declaration of abeyance does not end the tribunal's jurisdiction. The treaty's dispute resolution architecture, the very machinery built to prevent escalation, continues to function. And in May of 2026, the court issued an award on the question of maximum pondage that substantively affirmed limits on upstream water control. India has rejected both. But rejection is not the same as nullification. An arbitral award does not disappear when a party calls it illegal. Paktansun Serwanda, treaties must be performed in good faith. You heard another speaker say that earlier today. This is not a polite aspiration. It is the foundation on which the entire system of international agreements rests. When it is eroded in one place, the consequences reach far beyond that basin. Against that comparative backdrop, I want to say something clearly. The Permanent Indus Commission is, by any global standard, a remarkable institution. Senior engineers with diplomatic standing, a mandatory meeting schedule, inspection rights, a tiered dispute ladder, commission to neutral expert to court arbitration. It is specifically designed to catch problems at the lowest possible levels before they climb. The academic literature on the Commission notes that it resolved the vast majority of questions brought to it across 6 decades, through 3 wars, military standoffs, and sustained political tension. No other bilateral water commission has been stress-tested that way and survived. That is an institution worth protecting. But here's what the Danube, Mekong, and Nile all show us consistently. Commissions prevent conflict, not primarily by resolving legal disputes. They prevent conflict by maintaining contact. Regular meetings build familiarity. Joint inspections create shared technical understanding. Data exchange removes the information gaps that feed political suspicion. When that contact is severed, when inspections are refused, when data goes dark, when commission meetings lapse, the buffer disappears, and the downstream consequences, in the most literal sense, fall on Pakistan. The seminar documentation for today identifies exactly that pattern on the Indus. Reduced cooperation on inspections, incomplete data exchange, erosion of regular commission engagement. I want to be direct about what the comparative record says. That sequence is not a diplomatic inconvenience. It is the early warning signal that the institutional safeguards are in fact failing. Based on what the comparative record shows, I'd like to offer 4 things that the international community and this convention should be pressing for. Restore commission engagement unconditionally. The permanent Indus Commission must meet. Its mandate is not contingent on the state of political relations. That is the entire point and reason for building a technical institution. The meeting schedule is a legal obligation, not a diplomatic favor. Mandate real time for data showing all flow variations. Pakistan's documented concerns about the Chenab are precisely the kind of issue the Commission exists to address. The data must flow, and it must flow in both directions, transparently. Respect the arbitral process. The Court of Arbitration has jurisdiction. Its awards are valid. A state that disagrees with a tribunal's competence has legal avenues to contest that. But non-participation and rejection do not make the awards just disappear. The international community should say so clearly. Affirm that abeyance has no basis in international water law, the 1997 Watercourses Convention, the ICJ, and the PCA have all pointed in exactly the same direction. Unilateral suspension of a treaty's obligations is not a recognized legal act under the framework governed by shared watercourses. I want to close with this. The Indus Waters Treaty matters beyond the Indus Basin. It is one of the clearest demonstrations in history that international institutions can manage water conflict even between adversaries. That proof of concept matters to every shared river basin in the world, and there are 310 of them. What is happening right now is not just a bilateral dispute. It is a test of whether treaty-based cooperation can be abandoned unilaterally when it becomes politically inconvenient, and whether the international community will say anything about it. The institutions that were built to keep the water from becoming a cause of war must be allowed to function. For 240 million people whose lives depend on the Indus, there is no alternative. Thank you.
Should seriously consider acceding to the UN Water Course Convention of 1997.
इंदस मुआहदे से मुतालिक बैनुल-अक़वामी सेमिनार का इस्लामाबाद में इनेकाद किया गया, जहाँ दीगर वाटर एक्सपर्ट्स की जानिब से भी खिताब किया गया। अब से कुछ देर पहले पब्लिक स्पीकर लॉरी ए वाटसन की जानिब से भी खिताब किया गया, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि जनूबी एशिया में अमन और इस्तेहकाम की एक अहम बुनियाद है। इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी किसी भी फरीक को यह हक हासिल नहीं कि वो इसे एकतरफा तौर पर मुअत्तल करे। पानी इंसानों की ज़रूरत है, ऐसे सियासी हथियार नहीं बनाना चाहिए। जबकि इससे पहले जो दीगर एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनकी जानिब से भी बात की गई। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल रिटायर्ड आमिर रियाज ने भी गुफ्तगू की और उन्होंने कहा कि भारत अगर नए डैमों और नहरों के जरिए पाकिस्तान के हिस्से के पानी पर असरअंदाज होने की कोशिश करता है तो उसके खित्ते के आम पर संगीन असरात भी मुरतब होंगे। पाकिस्तान को अपनी दाखिली आबी सलाहियत बढ़ाने के लिए कनाल बाय कनाल और डैम बाय डैम हिकमत अमली अपनाना होगी। खबरों का सिलसिला जारी है, वक्त हुआ है ब्रेक का।
Being used as a weapon is catastrophic. It is literally life and death for people, and that's what I hope people focus on. Is that fact, because there are conflicts going on all around the world. There is a loss of fuel, there is a loss of things that provide, that we need to have energy to pump water filtration systems, etc. So the fact, if you don't have water, but you also don't have fuel because of another conflict that's happening at the same time, it's absolutely a recipe for disaster. So I do feel globally, if we're going to maintain global order, that we all are in this together, and we all need to speak up for one another and be good partners. Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Okay, the gentleman in the front row.
Thank you so much. My name is Muhammad Ali. I'm a policy analyst. My question is aimed at our Chinese friend, Professor Victor Gao. You mentioned something very profound when you chose your words carefully by mentioning India as a middle riparian, not the upper riparian, which I understand as stressing the point that actually Indus starts from China. So in that context, I also appreciate when you express solidarity and support for Pakistan's territorial integrity and national security. So in tangible terms, what should Pakistan expect, both in terms of diplomatic, legal, and strategic support from Beijing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I made the comments in my personal capacity. I think the fact that India is not the real upstream country is very significant, because if China and Pakistan cooperate, and I hope they will, find the will and the commitment to cooperate, we can, in addition to whatever that needs to be done to straighten out all the provisions in the IWT treaty itself, create a situation where India may be deterred from playing rough against Pakistan. Now, how that can be done technically, what can be lined up between China, the real upstream country, and Pakistan, the real downstream country, together, vis-a-vis the midstream country, if I may say so, that is the key. I think it would require a lot of wisdom and technical expertise to find out what exactly can be done. Now, further, between China and India, China is always on the upstream, not only as far as India's river, Indus River is concerned, Brahmaputra, for example, and quite a few others flowing from the Himalayas, sometimes through Nepal, Bhutan, further down into India. So I think some message can be prepared to inform India that you should not play rough against a downstream country like Pakistan, which happens to be an ironclad friend of China, and there is tremendous amount of goodwill in my country towards the people here in Pakistan, and I think the Chinese government may also decide not to spare any resources to make sure that Pakistan is not being played rough by the midstream country. Now, how exactly things can be lined up so that India can be deterred from doing the wrong thing as far as, this IWT clauses are concerned, that's the key. I'm happy to, have a private chat with you if you are interested to see what exactly can be done. So my point is simple. Looking at the IWT itself is important, and I support whatever that can be done correctly, properly within that framework. But my concern is that if India has already decided to play rough against Pakistan, simply going through the framework and the parameters of the treaty itself may not solve the problem in a timely manner. And while nothing should be stopped in this direction, some alternative options probably need to be prepared as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gao, in your very personal capacity, as you always love to say, for issuing those, we could call them alternate warning system to our neighbor by an ironclad friend. Might be very useful at this time. I think we have time for one last question, and we'd ask the lady in the second row.
Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Saima Sukhera, and my question is from General Amir. So as you've been on different key appointments and you know all the strategic ins and outs and pros and cons of India, Pakistan both, so you still think that Indus Water Treaty still fits for purpose in the era of climate change, or it still needs a serious renegotiation? Thank you.
Okay. This question should have been better asked from climate experts and the technical experts, but the fact remains that this was not the Indian logic to hold the treaty in abeyance. This was not the logic which was used by India to start violating the treaty even before April 25. Their logic is simple. It is the logic which is born out of a coercive strategy which has been part of India's game for last many years. However, that be on one side, if there is we all know that there are changes in the climate, there are glacial melts, there, lots of other things have changed. Demographies have also altered, and water usage has also changed. Indus Water Commission was always there. They stopped meeting a long time back before April 25 with the Indus Commissioner. All these things could have been together in good faith by the researchers, by the scientists, should have been discussed to frame the broader parameters within which the climate change and all the other changes could fit in. And then the treaty had to, because this is a very gold standard treaty, how the treaty is to be modified or kind of addendum is to be attached with the treaty, that it is in the benefit of the people of both states. But that's not the good faith so far. I'm sure there are very empowered people from the government who are sitting here. I don't think so Pakistan has ever hesitated to talk about the treaty in good faith. But if that is the intention, so far that intention has not surfaced from the present government. It is unilateral actions that they have taken, starting not only from, because I said that it is a part of a wider construct. I'm repeating the same again. What happened on 5th of May 2019, unilaterally trying to change the status of Kashmir, although they can't do it because there are 3-4 parties, international community also part of the dispute, they can't do it. But they try to do it. And they are supporting a lot of other actions against Pakistan which are very seriously harmful to the interest of Pakistan and the people of Pakistan, particularly in the form of proxies and others. In that set, what happened in May or April 2025, they went ahead with a military action against Pakistan. And on the very next day when this happened, Pahalgam happened, they announced the treaty to be held in abeyance, which clear, and there is no evidence of Pakistan's involvement in that kind of an action in Pahalgam and all. So it seems kind of preconceived actions to corner Pakistan, which obviously Pakistan is not going to do. So let's preserve the treaty first and then talk about what has materially changed in terms of climate and other things.
Thank you to our panelists and to our audience for taking part. I would now like to request the session chair for the second session, Ms. Hina Rabbani Kar, to come and give your concluding remarks.
Thank you. Once again, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everyone, and let me acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. This is absolutely, so much has been said and in some ways also repeated in terms of what the Indus Water Treaty is, what's happening right now, what are the policy options for Pakistan, that I'm not going to try and repeat them. I'm just going to try and, perhaps in the next 7 minutes, try and look at why a country like India, which was perhaps of late, for the last many decades, vying for a seat in the Security Council, wanting to be the maker of rules in the world, in the remade world order, has decided to be the breaker of rules. What is the environment that is enabling a country to be able to get away with the stated objective of murdering, of killing a civilization, and not a peep, not a mutter, not a murmur, not a law-abiding international world coming to its defense? And, there's an adage that what you do to others will eventually happen to you. So if you're not there to protect when it happens to you, the precedent-setting role of what India is up to, not only in this, not only in what it calls holding in abeyance a treaty which, by the way of the treaty, cannot be held in abeyance, So before, without even going into what else is in play, or the only three issues that I want to bring your attention to, I'm going to start with reading Article 12 of the Indus Water Treaty, because sometimes I find that we keep on analyzing things without really going into how effective or what do the treaties in their essence, or any treaty in its own essence actually says. So this I read many years back, and I was like, after this, which country which wants to still function in the world as not a rogue state, but as a country which deserves a seat, forget the Security Council, but even the General Assembly, would ever be able to think it can walk itself out of a treaty like this? And Article 12 says, the provisions of this treaty may from time to time be modified by a duly ratified treaty concluded for that purpose between the two governments. And this kind of answers the question that was asked also over here, that should we renegotiate a treaty? You never renegotiate you don't end something before you have something better renegotiated. So right now, I think even to talk about anything like that would be, I think, a bit immature, if I could say that. And for the provision, I'm again quoting the Indus Water Treaty, the provisions of this treaty, this is interesting, or the provisions of this treaty as modified under the provisions of paragraph 3 shall continue in force until terminated by a duly ratified treaty concluded for that purpose between the two governments. So after this, if there are ifs, buts, abeyances, held in, suspension, any type of nomenclature, literature, fancy language, grammar, or any other language can be thought of, can be coughed up, can be vomited. But it doesn't change the fact that a country which goes against a treaty that it signed no less than by one of the founders of independent India, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Pakistan's president on the 19th of September 1960, that no country which wants to function in the world as a, forget law-abiding, as a reasonable country would ever think of doing that. So then, the question that comes to our mind is, how is India able to get away with it? It is because of the state of the world. It is because whatever you call it, whether you call it rupture, whether you call it reordering of the world, whether you call it a breakdown of the world order, whether you call it normalization of the impossible. But we all know that the architects of the previous order currently are no more the architects of the previous order, and as it was created, in some ways have not been able to hold the positions that made them the architects. And we also know that the architects of the new order are likely to not emerge from the architects of the previous order. So right now, everybody is in a flux. And there is no one who's here to preserve the international common goods, or what we call the global goods. Preserving treaties, abiding by international law, are common goods. Because today it is Pakistan's water, tomorrow it will be some other country's water. And I think from this very podium, it has been made abundantly clear by not one person, but by many. And for, interestingly, people who represent different, if I may say, institutions of Pakistan, the political institution, the military, in every which way, that Pakistan, there's a reason that we ate grass. There's a very good reason that Pakistan had to eat grass. Not because Pakistan wanted to eat grass to be able to get its strategic security, but Pakistan was forced to eat grass to be able to build its strategic security. Why? Because the belligerent, roguish India had shown itself very, very early on. And this is coming from a person who expended a great deal of her time as foreign minister in trying to normalize relations with India, even at great political cost. We normalized trade relations with India because at that time, the India on the other side was the Manmohan Singh India. It was the Nehru India. It was an India which liked to abide by law. It was an India which wanted to go towards peace. It was an India which felt it still existed in the geography of the region that it inhabited. And right now, you have an India which believes it is outside of the realm of international law. It is not even breathing and eating in the geography of South Asia or the broader Middle East or whatever you call it. So it's a rogue state. It's a belligerent rogue state. And as far as India's international standing is concerned, I think I've already said it, so I'm not going to repeat it, but a rule-making, a country which aspires to be sitting on the table of rule makers has to at least be rule-abiding. And when it takes itself out, it is very clear as to where the brief for India's behavior is coming from. We know there's a country which is currently under trial for ICC and ICJ, and it has said that both institutions don't hold. We also know that there's a country, our neighbor, the belligerent neighbor that we have, which has been told by the Court of Arbitration that abeyance, there's no provision for unilateral abeyance. And guess what our neighbor says? It says the Court of Arbitration is not legal. It has no significance. So it's very interesting when you see it has also, as I've already said, become a denier of geography and a killer of civilization. But most importantly, I think what the world needs to wake up to, as they say famously, smell the coffee and wake up to, is that why is it that the Indus Water Treaty was considered to be a gold standard when it comes to water treaties between an upper riparian, middle riparian, lower riparians, between an upper and lower in the broader sense. Why was it considered a gold standard? Because it was durable, it was predictable, it had a water sharing arrangement which survived 3 wars. When it could survive a full-scale war, one war in which Pakistan even lost part of its, country, when it had the ability, it had the durability. When it could survive a full-scale war, one war in which Pakistan even lost part of its, country, when it had the ability, it had the durability, the survival rate to be able to survive something like this, what is the Indus Water Treaty not able to survive today? It is the Modiization of an India, which used to be a very different animal. And I think if the world doesn't wake up to this, today it's Pakistan, yesterday it was probably other neighbors, and very soon it will be other countries which will be in its leash. And the last thing I want to say, because in my very, very sort of optimistic view of the world and my neighborhood, because I believe that, I was born in 1977, so I was the first foreign minister who was born after 1971, and I was like, we were done with this hostility, it's over. This is what we thought when we were dealing with India. And we thought at that moment that climate change is going to be one thing, make these countries forget their long-seated, violent past and animosity for each other, and be able to close these countries together in living a common future, in preserving the environment and the waters for the common future. And within that context, I think most of us do already know that amongst the most, when it comes to melting snow and ice, the Indus Basin is one of the most in challenge all over the world. So this tells you where we're going. It's not a pretty picture from what it's looking like where we are right now. And if this goes unmitigated and unstopped, then I think what we're doing is carving out the space for a continuous hegemonic country which has been shown its place in the battlefield, may I say, very clearly. But I think it is important for other countries to play their role. And here I'm going to specifically call out on the European countries who have always held themselves as the preservers of law, So with that, let me just congratulate once again all the panelists. They kept their time, and they were all very, very specific. And thank you all for your time.
Rosina Ravanikar, thank you so much. Well, we have now reached the concluding session of today's seminar. It is my profound privilege to invite our chief guest, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, to the podium for his words of wisdom. Senator Mohammed Ishaq Dar has had a distinguished public career spanning several decades. Besides serving as the Foreign Minister, he has served multiple terms as Minister for Finance, represented Pakistan in major international financial and diplomatic forums, and played a leading role in advancing the country's foreign policy and international partnerships. Dar, if I can invite you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasul al-Kareem. Honorable colleagues, distinguished ambassadors and UN representatives, learned scholars and policy experts, representatives of the international and national media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. I wish to commend all the organizers of this seminar titled Indus Waters Treaty, an instrument of regional peace and security. I understand that throughout the day, leading experts from Pakistan and abroad have held meaningful discussions on one of the defining challenges of our times. Water transcends political boundaries, it sustains life, shapes civilizations, and its governance has profound implications for peace, security, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, water is not merely a natural resource. It is the foundation of human dignity, economic prosperity, food security, and environmental sustainability. Throughout history, great civilizations have flourished along rivers, and few river systems have shaped human history as profoundly as the Indus. For thousands of years, its waters have sustained communities, cultures, and one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the responsibility to preserve this shared heritage rests upon all of us. Transboundary rivers must bring nations closer through cooperation rather than divide them through confrontation. This principle is firmly embedded in international law and has guided water sharing arrangements across the globe. It was in this spirit that Pakistan's obligations under a treaty that contains no such provision. This is not merely Pakistan's interpretation, it reflects the fundamental principle of international law that treaties must be performed in good faith. Our position has been vindicated by the ongoing proceedings before the Court of Arbitration constituted under the Indus Water Treaty. The Court of Arbitration has also affirmed that the Indus Water Treaty establishes a permanent legal regime governing the parties' rights and obligation over the Indus Basin. In doing so, it real and resource allocation regimes are not susceptible or unilateral suspension or termination. If international agreements can be disregarded wherever they become politically inconvenient, confidence in the international legal order is inevitably weakened. The sanctity of the treaties is one of the foundations upon which extend well beyond South Asia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since April 2025, Pakistan has observed a pattern of actions that raises serious concern, including abrupt variations in the flows of Chenab and Jhelum rivers and continued efforts to expand infrastructure capable of regulating waters allocated to Pakistan under the treaty. Such actions undermine the cooperative framework that has preserved regional stability for multilateralism, peaceful settlement of disputes. This for the international law and the treaties. Responsible nations respect international law and implement international treaties, as I said, as a moral and legal obligation. We are convinced that binding international commitments cannot be changed. We must be aware of the cost of derailing an international treaty on trans-boundary rivers, choosing confrontation by weaponizing shared waters and breaching international law and binding treaties. Such transgressions in international relations set dangerous precedents, dent national credibility order, which international peace and security, 30 million people, our nationals, our agriculture, our security, energy production, and economic development depend upon the uninterrupted flow of the three western rivers to Pakistan. Protecting these waters is therefore a matter of vital national interest. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely advise India against sowing the seeds of war and jeopardizing the peace and security of our region. We must seek to promote peace in South Asia by addressing all outstanding issues. Pakistan has consistently sought to resolve differences through dialogue, diplomacy, and the treaty-based mechanisms agreed by both parties. We remain committed to these principles because lasting peace can only be built upon mutual respect, sovereign equality, and faithful implementation of international obligations. At the same time, there should be no misunderstanding. Any attempt to deprive Pakistan of the waters rightfully allocated to Pakistan under the Indus Water Treaty would have profound consequences for regional peace and security. Such actions serve neither country and would undermine the shared interest of nearly 2 billion people in the South Asia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, South Asia faces enough shared challenges. Shared waters should become a source of cooperation, confidence, and regional integration, not coercion or confrontation. The Indus Water Treaty, signed over several decades ago and after several years of negotiations, was meant for best utilization of the available waters in the Indus Basin by both the countries, provided it is implemented in the spirit in which it was conceived, without being tapped in a zero-sum mentality. Pakistan remains steadfast in its commitment to peace, dialogue, and good neighborly relations. We seek neither confrontation nor conflict. We seek respect for international law, faithful implementation of treaty obligations, respect for each other's water rights, and cooperation that serves the interests of present and future generations. At the same time, We will not allow a rightful share of water resources to be misappropriated and will safeguard and defend our rights and interests under international law through all available means. You might recall that after the May 2025 war, and rather after Pahalgam incident, and after the announcement of India to hold the treaty in abeyance, there was a National Security Committee meeting in Pakistan, chaired by Prime Minister Muhammad Shahbaz Sharif. National Security Committee comprises of the civil and military leadership, and they were unanimous in declaring that any diversion, any interruption, and any reduction in the rights of Pakistan vis-a-vis Indus Water Treaty will be treated as an act of war. And we decided this, we mean it, and we will make sure that our rights are not prejudiced or abused. I can say Pakistan has demonstrated to be a very careful country which tried to contribute to bring peace and security in this region. I'm referring to the US-Iran conflict. Recently, you have all observed. Pakistan did its best to bring together on the negotiation table two parties which have never shook hand in the last 47 years. 10th and 11th of April this year, these two countries, we managed to convince that they sat on the same table, direct dialogue, after 47 years. Some countries like our neighbor used to call Pakistan a terrorist country. Pakistan is today known as peacemaker of the region in South Asia, alhamdulillah. This is the country which has been now in the recent Oslo forum. The US envoy said Pakistan has become the net security provider of this region. Pakistan believes in dignity, respect, no matter how small a country is or how big a country is. They're all equal in the foreign policy of Pakistan. We respect them all. The UN Security Council was created for what? For peace and security. And that peace and security is the main responsibility which is being sabotaged by our neighbor through an act of, I would say, illegal declaration of treaty in abeyance. This is not on. It will never be acceptable. We have to work within the treaty mechanism. You just read from one of the speaker, Article 12 very clearly spells out that how this treaty can be changed, how this treaty can be, superseded. It is only by mutual consent. And there's a mechanism, there's a three-tier mechanism in the treaty itself, how to resolve the disputes. So, one-sided, any action by our neighbor, they would be making a mistake. They did make a mistake last year. The Pahalgam incident, Pakistan had nothing to do with it. Within hours, Pakistan Prime Minister Muhammad Shahbaz Sharif made an open offer. And the international community is very well witness to that offer, that we are ready to undergo and agree to any international investigation of the Pahalgam incident, which actually led to their declaration of treaty in abeyance. Could it be like earlier similar incidents in India, which led to 5th of August 2019 by declaring Jammu and Kashmir as part of India, by all of a sudden changing its constitution? So please don't play these mistakes and don't play these dramas. I think we should live like good neighbors. My parliamentary colleague just shared with you, Pakistan has made in the past number of attempts. Obviously, Hina Ruwani Khar Sahiba belongs to People's Party. and earlier she has been a part of Musharraf government. So, you know, we in all sincerity are ready to talk on all issues, what we call composite dialogues, but it takes two to tango. It's not that Pakistan would like to do something and the other side would not take it. You know, they become so narrow-minded that even the sports are not subjected to this Hindutva, philosophy. See the recent elections in Bihar. What happened? 40 million people were disenfranchised and they were deprived to vote. So you see, that is their, internal matters, but I think the world community must take notice of it. It is certainly not desirable. This region houses over 2 billion human beings, and we are all bound by the UN. Though that institution was created for such purposes, the UN Security Council main mandate is security and peace. So this is a clear subject which the global community must impress upon in order to have peace in the region. So in conclusion, the Indus Water Treaty is not merely, as I said, a water sharing arrangement, but a vital instrument of regional peace, stability, and cooperation. Let us reaffirm that shared waters must never be weaponized. They must remain a bridge between nations, guided by cooperation, dialogue, and respect for international law, for the benefit of the present and future generations. I thank you all.
Senator Mohammed Itakdar, thank you. Now, to formally conclude today's proceedings, it's my privilege to present Ambassador Johar Salim, President of the Institute of Regional Studies, for a vote of thanks. Ambassador Johar Salim has had a distinguished diplomatic career spanning several decades, during which he has made significant contributions to Pakistan's foreign policy and international engagement. And as President of the Institute of Studies, he continues to promote informed dialogue, rigorous research, and constructive policy discourse on issues of regional and global importance. Ambassador Johar Salim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanya. Esteemed Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, esteemed panelists, Excellencies, distinguished guests. As we conclude this watershed seminar, it is my singular privilege on behalf of the Institute of Regional Studies and the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting to express our profound appreciation to all those whose wisdom, scholarship, and commitment have made today's deliberations both enlightening and consequential. Our discourse today has been greatly enriched by the gracious presence of the Deputy Prime Minister. A participation that reflected the paramount importance Pakistan attaches to safeguarding its water security, while steadfastly upholding international law and promoting regional peace. Sir, your thoughtful address has provided a fitting finale to today's deliberations. Our profound appreciation is equally due to Mr. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, whose eloquent address reaffirmed the enduring significance of the Indus Waters Treaty as a cornerstone of regional stability and a testament to the importance of honoring international commitments. My sincere thanks also go to our distinguished session chairs, my dear friend, upon the treaty's stabilizing influence in one of the world's most strategically significant regions. Lieutenant General Amir Riaz vividly portrayed the grave consequences of the weaponization of water. Lastly, Ms. Laurie Watkins placed today's deliberations within the broader framework of international river governance and demonstrated how enduring institutions help prevent conflict and foster parliamentarians, heads of diplomatic missions, and members of the diplomatic corps, whose engagement greatly enriched this seminar. Finally, I express my sincere appreciation to the team under the dynamic leadership of Federal Minister for Information, Ataullah Tarer. These teams made today's event possible and a resounding success. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have done more than discuss. The enduring peace is best secured through respect for international law, fidelity to solemn commitments, and institutions that enable nations to resolve their differences peacefully. Throughout today's deliberations, one conclusion emerged with unmistakable clarity. The Indus Waters Treaty is more than a water sharing, enduring examples of how law, dialogue, and institutions can transform competing interests into peaceful cooperation. Our discussions also reaffirmed that the Indus Basin lies at the heart of Pakistan's water, food, energy, and economic security. The uninterrupted flow of the Western and cooperation. The uninterrupted flow of the Western and cooperation. The path forward is therefore very clear. The path forward is therefore very clear, as is a message which emerged from this August gathering today, loud and clear. And Indian loud and clear. And Indian leadership must take obligations that the parties themselves freely accepted under one of the words of life itself, as the Holy Quran of life itself, as the Holy Quran reminds us. And we made from water every living thing.